This might be the first time in history, folks, that our sharing is early. I'm usually never this early. Oh my goodness. Wonder what's up with that. Start sharing to our groups relatively soon. Come very early. Usually never this early. What's going on with that? What's strange about that? Something's wrong. We will be with you very shortly. The live program begins in just 5 minutes. Well, it was kind of you to come to us from a studio high above that river valley. That's fantastic. What's wrong? Uh-oh. Yeah, me too. I'm making a run for it too.
Say something. Nothing.
What's wrong? Oh, you're not hearing me at all? I'm hearing you. Oh, it's the earbud? I got you great.
Okay, now I'm here.
Hey.
So I was on staycation for a week and have barely touched my laptop, and apparently
it
just
decided-
needed to
And it
redo all my
decided to stop
settings.
working for you.
Yeah, basically.
Well, we are 2 to 3 minutes away. I have already shared to all of our national outlets and to our other pages. I'm actually going to do the group sharing right now. I'm actually ahead
Oh,
of my sharing, which I am usually never ahead on my sharing. I'm usually scrambling.
what are the rules for my foul mouth on this podcast?
We try to stay to FCC guidelines.
Well done.
We are not regulated by the FCC, but we stick to FCC guidelines. We do have younger viewers, and we will be live in about 2 minutes.
Okay.
So at the top and bottom of every half hour, or every hour, I should say, top and bottom of every hour, I do attempt to remember to reset the program, reintroduce, all that. And I've let a word slip here and there, but I try not to make a habit of it.
Gotcha. I mean, I have reasonably, I can control my use of the F word if I have to.
Well, we use a different F word here. Fascism, we use that one a lot.
Oh, that's kind of what my necklace says, actually. It just has a word before fascism. That might be that other F word.
Yeah, we use the fascism word here a lot. Because it's appropriate, among other things. I was quite proud of myself because I went to spoke at a Medicare for All rally yesterday in Philadelphia, and several of the other speakers were letting it fly. And I was restrained enough to stay above board. Kind of proud of myself. Because it would have been easy just to let it rip because everybody else was, but I just, we hung in. We stayed, we kept it. Okay, volume.
I could also change my background here for your live stream so that in case
the fact that you were willing to climb up on top of a mountain above a river just to talk to us, I think is brilliant. Thank you.
Well, I mean,
okay, we are at 5:01, so hang 1 second here. We are going to go 3, 2.
Kennedy. Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know
and young enough to do.
Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
But it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight?
A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right.
A loyal man who'll bring the job a fresh new point of view. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
Cause it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
And it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you cast your vote for Kennedy, and the change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy,
Welcome from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States on this planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect for the 25th of July, 2021. Another hot and steamy day here in the Lehigh Valley. Great to be with you yet again and live, by the way. We are absolutely 100% live with you here on, and we thank you for being with us on yet another Sunday, another summer Sunday, a hot and steamy summer Sunday. And it is, from everything I can tell, only going to continue that way, as I have seen some reporting today that yet another heat dome is advancing on the Pacific Northwest and the northern parts of California. Interesting today that when Kristen and I were considering walking down to our pool here, we were lucky enough to have one. The air temperature was 82, but felt like 89, given our humidity here in the valley. Constant shift of clouds, thunder, sunshine, back and forth. The atmosphere itself is extremely unstable, and it is all things environmental that we are going to talk today with yet another friend of mine. I'm very blessed that I've had a lot of genuine friends on this program, and I am humbled to welcome yet another, and that is Katie Bloom Bruno, who is the political director of Conservation Voters of Pennsylvania. Before we let Katie explain to us who she is and what she does, let me remind you of all the business ends of the program, shall we? Wherever you happen to be watching us and or listening to us across the Facebook universe, about 80 to 90, I actually forgot to check how many places I shared to today. I want to think it's in the 90 range. You can stay exactly where you are, continue to watch and listen, or you can come over to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information, and join the live chat. If you have questions, comments, agree, disagree, show suggestions, facts, figures, anything that you want to share with us on the program, I will see it there. Or you can stay exactly where you are and continue to enjoy and watch and listen right along with us. To our brothers and sisters and friends and family at hot101.net around the globe, thank you for welcoming us yet again onto your laptops, desktops, tablets, phones, Bluetooth speakers. However it is that you consume hot101.net, we are simply proud to be part of the hot101.net family and to be with you yet again live on this Sunday, the 25th of July. If you do not know how to listen to hot101.net, it is very, very simple. The web address is right in the name. It's hot101.net. If you have an Apple device, go to the Apple App Store. If you have an Android device, he meant to say, you can go to the Google Play Store and download the apps for hot101.net. Or if you have the TuneIn radio app, just go up to the search bar, type in hot101.net, and you will find us there. To our new friends and family at TCP, the Cultured Professional, listening to us on WTCP all around the globe, and watching us on WTCP, both their Facebook page and the Roku channel, we welcome you back. And our third big week with TCP as the Kennedy Effect family continues to grow. We are proud to be part of the TCP family as well. We're glad that you're with us. Tell your friends and family, and be with us here every Sunday. We're glad to have you. Later on in the program, we will open up the phone line. You can tweet me, and again, put your comments into the Facebook page and talk and interact to us. We all love NPR, but we're not a lecture. We want to interact with you. We want to hear from you. Please join us now. Without any further, I think I actually have gotten pretty good at condensing that. I think we got the opening down to about 6 minutes, I think. Oh boy, that's exciting stuff. And if you've been with us since before 5 p.m., you'll know that I actually started sharing myself early. I almost never do anything early. I got up here early. We got set up early. It's actually not 90 degrees in here for once. I've gotten to, tell myself off a little bit. So not the face made for radio doesn't look as bad as usual. But we just thank you for being there wherever you are. Let's get into it. Our guest this week is, again, as I stated, certainly more for my part. She suffers through me as a friend, and I'm welcome. I'm very, very grateful that she's here, bouncing between phone calls and a little bit of staycation and constant work. I tend to know when Katie says she's on a staycation, that just means she's down to 20 or 30 phone calls a day instead of 50 or 60, pretty much. So that's a break for her. But she has been kind enough to give us a Sunday evening to spend with us here and to spend with you and inform you on nothing too complex, just everything having to do with the environment. That's all. We'll get to all of it as we proceed. And so our guest is Katie Bloom Bruno. Katie, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me. And I think my husband thanks you for including what should be my actual full last name that I still haven't completely legally changed yet. 2.5 years later.
I'm going with it. It's all over.
It's on social media.
You know what? And after all, isn't that really the arbiter of all things that are legal at this point? If it's on social media, that's who you are now.
I know. I don't want to finish like changing business cards or anything like that. Like, we're fine. So actually,
you know what's funny? That's not obviously why you're here, ultimately, but that is actually kind of a thing. I remember way back in the dark ages when even human beings could only see in black and white, and we still use stone tablets to communicate with each other. Back in the dark ages when I was married, we actually did have that discussion, my ex-wife and I, about taking my name. And I think I did actually end up making a joke to her that when we get divorced, you won't have to change it all back, which was prescient, come to think of it. That was actually a bit of foresight.
Yeah.
Not bad, though.
I discovered that this is completely not on topic at all yet.
Who cares?
But
we have hours.
Yeah. To get rid of my middle name or my last name as it is totally free in the state of Pennsylvania. But to hyphenate my name, and if I get a hyphen, that means I can use either or both interchangeably where I want to, right? So like I could still legally have business cards that say Katie Bloom, and I don't have to put the Bruno because the hyphen, all that jazz.
Right.
It costs just about $300 to have a hyphen. Whereas if I'm willing to give up part of who I am for getting married, it's free. Makes no sense to me. Thank you, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, for that.
Why would I get the sense that this is not unique to the Commonwealth?
Probably not.
I would venture to guess that I often I was going to say I often make the joke, but I guess it isn't really a joke at this point. It's more true, I think, than anything else. We are the northernmost Confederate state, are we not? I mean, it's just so it's free for you to be owned, but not free for you to maintain some sense of nominal independence, as it were, or title independence, as it were, keeping your own birth name. Yeah. It's just an easy thing to throw away. It's free. The hell. Well, that's,
so
we can get into that. And that's kind of an interesting thing. I actually didn't know that. But then, but doesn't that all right. I was going to say that's a small thing. It's not a small thing. So I shouldn't say it that way, but and that's a bad turn of phrase, but isn't that just yet another thing? And this is almost a rhetorical question that we as men just don't have to think about. We don't think about it.
Yeah. Well, and it's very much the patriarchal built-in
Mhm.
society that's existed for a couple of hundred years,
Or,
that
you know,
continues to
thousands,
build.
yeah, I'd say thousands.
I mean, you could, my history background, I could debate a couple things about when it got really patriarchal versus a
Yeah.
little bit patriarchal.
Mm.
But the thing about where it's important for me is my older siblings are adopted and I am not, and like I'm big into the genealogy because like nobody else in my family so like that right there on the screen is where I get my middle name from, that picture in my background, which is like my great great aunt or something. Like I'm not giving that up. Like I have her picture on my wall. I don't want to give up my middle name. I love my middle name. You know, I'm a Bloom.
My mother's maiden name is directly
Yeah.
above you.
Yeah.
And it's not a, you know, most, and I get asked a lot, of course, you know, are you related to the president and to, yeah, but like most Irish Catholic families, that's a bloody big family tree. Lots of branches on that. So same tree, different branch,
Yep.
all the politics, none of the fame and money. Sadly.
Yeah.
And I don't need all the money. And just a couple extra books wouldn't be so bad here and there. But we're not here to cash in on the family name. It just is what it is. But it is all the politics, though. I find myself more and more, the more I learn even about myself, and I don't think that that education really ever stops, that I sit here and I've held these positions. I've held this sense of, this sounds very self-congratulatory, but it's not. It's actually not. But you know, I've held these positions. I've held this sense of justice. I've held this sense of, you know, it's all of us. It's all of us together, and I've held it since I was. I've probably told the story on the air before. I ran for my very first office when I was 5 years old. I ran for kindergarten class representative to my elementary school student council, and I stood in front of that class. I said, I'm a Kennedy, folks. I said, first off, this is what we do. We run for office, but we also stand up and represent those that cannot represent themselves. And we stand for justice and we stand for fairness.
Mhm.
And I also happen to like chocolate milk, and I want to get more chocolate milk in the cafeteria. But other than that, it was justice. I swear it was a justice and fairness platform. But I did, you know, at 5 years old, I stood up and said, I'm here. I want to represent you. I'm not just here to represent you. I want to represent you. And I want to represent everyone equally. And I lost.
Yeah. My nephew ran for.
Can you tell I'm still carrying it with me?
Yeah, a little bit there. Yeah. My nephew ran for his class representative 1 or 2 years in a row, and I wish I had found out about it because I would have engineered an entire campaign for my nephew. My friends and I got together and designed fake lit pieces for him that were absolutely adorable, and I just sent it to my sister so that she could show him. But he ran like kind of on a real platform, and I guess his fellow students weren't thinking as big and didn't have the vision that he had. So, but I give him a lot of credit for trying. That's, everybody has to start somewhere. And that's like, I'm going to tie this all together and actually bring it back to like something probably more topical. Is the
beauty of the program is
Yeah.
that we might have a main topic, but what goodness knows we will
Yeah.
branch off into a bunch of different, you know, rabbit holes and so on. And by the way, you know, rabbit holes are environmental. We like those.
Yeah.
But actually, before we get into, you know, before I get into what we had the opportunity to discuss before the program, you know, our traditional opening question, it was President Kennedy that said that politics can be, and I think we can fairly argue should be, but can be a noble profession. And the fact that somebody as young as your nephew would want to enter it even in his own way, doesn't that speak to the hope, let's say, that might still be out there, that politics can be a noble profession and that young folks can still look at that? I'm sure your nephew wouldn't know President Kennedy if he tripped over him, but I mean, it's a hopeful sign, is it not?
I think it is. and I think about, just this week there was, like there are to-dos at any local school board recently. Just thinking about students who are showing up at school board meetings, looking at students who are getting engaged on college campuses, looking at younger people who were home from college or high school during the pandemic, not necessarily socializing with their friends, but utilizing digital platforms to connect on things and help mobilize people. And like, hey, you turned 18 this year, you can vote, and looking at how other social media platforms have expanded and things like that. And where there is engagement and people realizing, especially over the last several years, but it is still continuing, and I'm still seeing this after 2020, is people being energized to make positive change, to try to figure out how to work together and to make that positive change. But that's your traditional question, which I am well aware of.
I'm gonna get there.
I'm just saying,
Let me
like,
ask
I'm
you-
waiting. I got a great segue, man.
No, okay. Let me ask you this though, since we happen to have landed on this spot a little bit. It's one of the beauties of the program. It's a conversation that we're that we're welcome, humbled and happy enough to have the world drop in on. I think we can trace through history that there's always been a level of younger involvement. It was younger folks, not exclusively, of course. You can't, it's hard to get 5 people in a room and have them agree on everything. But it was younger people going back to the founding of the nation that said this isn't fair. It was younger people at the dawn of the Civil War that said this can't continue. It was younger people during the Teddy Roosevelt administration that said, no, we can't have 3 corporations and 3 rich guys running everything, or 5 rich guys running everything. It was younger people who said the rules that crashed this economy, this Republican Great Depression, we have to do better. We can do better than this. It was younger people that said we have to stand up against fascism and free Europe under its claw, or we'll be next. It's younger people that said we can go to the moon and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because we want to take on the hard things. And it was younger people in the 60s that said, no, we are the same. Men, women, people of color, everyone deserves to vote. We deserve something like the Great Society. We want to cut poverty in half. It was younger people that cheered President Carter when he put solar panels on the White House. How important in your work, or just generally, as your nephew has cropped up as a example here, it is younger people embracing the idea and ideal that this is going to all be our world at some point. You can't just crap all over it and trash it and leave us with nothing. How important is that in what you see every day, and not just what you, obviously in what you do, but even just when you're sitting back, perhaps on the couch with your husband watching the news and go, you know what, it's young people they've woken up at different points through history, but it seems to me they're waking up again, if they're not already woken up.
I think they're already woken up. I don't think they ever went to sleep in the last couple of years. And I think parents around our general ages are, I guess, what am I, an elder millennial, an exennial? I don't know. I'm one of those cuspy people. But looking at how I have friends raising children and things like that, and being aware, and we were aware, and all of the stuff we went through from September 11th, and then you have the tech bubble, and you have the housing market, and then you have this, and then you have that, and like a never ending darn
20
war.
years of war, you have a pandemic.
Yeah, and I think it has helped keep some people energized, and it has helped to keep them getting their children energized and mobilized and teaching them the importance of education. And I think, as much as sometimes I want to throw my phone into the creek across the street from my house because of, some days are just days, and sometimes social media is too much. Let's be honest. We're always on screens. I should read more books. But I think that digital connection is also helping in a way to make people more informed. It's also helping to disinform people as well. But I think the younger generation is way more savvy about what is and is not accurate information at this point. It is people typically older than you and I who are doing a lot of the spreading of disinformation, because I don't think they can tell what's actually a spam link sometimes. Not everyone, not everyone, but you see a lot more of that. And as I watch social media and things like that, I'm like, what? And then I'm seeing other folks, and I think other social media platforms, aside from some of the typical, are occasionally doing a better job at things. Like, props to Twitter for banning certain people on Twitter, you know.
Because
But
we do have to grasp, don't we? We do have to admit that even though all of this stuff that we're doing,
Mhm.
you know, when I was born, again, back in the dark ages, I could have never envisioned the ability to speak to you in the way that we're speaking. I guess I could, because I watched a lot of Star Trek. But building a home studio, being able to broadcast to the planet from just a simple little connection in a device. I didn't need to go find a terrestrial radio station with a really, really huge transmitter, and I can just do it right from my own bedroom. It is I think youth they are plugged in a way that maybe we didn't conceive of when we were young. And I think we also have to concede the point that as much as all of this has made it simple to disseminate facts, science, data, and history, it's just as easy to disseminate fake facts, science, data, and history.
But Google, you and I are older than Google, but this generation, as I just had my Google Assistant
I am
pop up
older
on
than
my
everything.
phone.
I'm older than everything.
Just talking about Google made my Google app open. But I think the fact Google's 22 years old, think of anybody who's, 25 and younger, they know to go right to Google and fact check, right? And I think there's people more our relative ages that are like, don't think. And I so often want to comment on social media posts, and I will specifically call out Facebook, I'm sorry, and be like, have you Googled that? Have you looked at Google? Excuse me. But I do think that the younger folks who've been raised with Google, which is, again, I'm feeling very old, 22 years, I believe.
Mhm.
They know to go there. They know to fact check. They know how to research things. It's like incorporated into like citations and like some high school classes when you're writing papers anymore. And so I think that brings a different level. So I think we're going to have a better informed younger generation. I think it's not going to be perfect. There is no such thing in my world, my life view, as perfection. But I think it will be better than some previous generations in terms of the disinformation and things like that.
It's extraordinary for me to think about someone who is 21, 22. You have an unprecedented near constitutional crisis presidential election in 2000,
Mhm.
September 11th. While it did not meet the textbook definition, it's about as damn close as you could possibly imagine to a second Great Depression in 2007, 8, and 9. You had the last, 4 years that we just went through, and now a global pandemic, which is still properly underway. That's a hell of a lot to pack into 22 years, 21, 22 years. I can understand at times. And then especially I would say, even if you're maybe 25, 30, or 35, when you were old enough to understand the constitutional crisis that was 2000 and how we're living with the ramifications. And I completely somehow managed to skip over 22 years of war, or 21 years of war. Or armed conflict, wink, wink, in a ridiculous number of places around the globe. That's a lot to take in if you're 25.
Yeah.
and still not just say, you know what, and I'm out.
And young
But
people
rather jump in.
and young people know this is not normal. This is not normal for a lifespan of somebody who's 25 years old. These are not the kinds of things that we should be experiencing. These are not the kinds of things, even though not all history classes are equal, is that, you know, this is not that idealized American dream that you're taught in third grade social studies, right? You know, all our founding fathers were so great and you could do anything. Like, obviously we can't. Thanks a lot. And I do think people are engaged.
It
And I
hasn't
think,
always been that way, though, Katie, has it?
no,
It hasn't always been that way. Something, you know, a very recurring theme on this program, and if George was here, he'd probably put up the bingo card for me. A very recurring theme on this program is that it has not always been this way. It has not. We are last in social mobility of the OECD countries. I believe there's 37 OECD countries or 34. We are last, dead last. If you are born poor, you will die poor. If you are born middle class, even if you are self-identified middle class, you might think you are, but financially you aren't. You are more likely to die poor. If you are upper middle class, you are more likely to die middle class. We're now breaking into that top 10% and knocking them down a peg because the top 1% doesn't have enough and they need more.
they do need more. And we have elected officials who keep giving them more.
No, they don't need more. They want more. They don't just have
Yeah.
enough. They want all of it.
Yes, they do.
We've begun to use the analogy here on the program of 100 people in a room and 100 donuts. One middle-aged white guy, more often than not, takes 99 of them, hoards them, and then begins to walk around the backs of the other 99 people whispering, the guy's going to take the other donut from you.
Mm-hmm.
Turning the other 99 on themselves.
And listen, I love donuts, and this is probably what I tell you.
I love donuts too.
I
It's
need
making me think
to
about
know what
glazed.
kind of donuts before I jump in on this.
You know what? I'm very boring for that. I
Oh,
love
okay.
a simple and as much as we rail against big corporations and chains here, a very simple Dunkin' Donuts plain glazed, puffy,
Thank you.
sweet.
Thank you.
Love it. Doughy, puffy,
Yes.
sweet. I love it. A very
is.
simple glazed
Yes.
donut. I'm good. I'm
When
good. Occasionally the chocolate glazed, we deal with that too, and jelly still has its place, but just a simple, bloody, plain glazed donut. Yeah.
Yeah, I am with you on that. What I will say is if I do see you towards the end of September, where we all may gather in person,
We will have to have a donut. We will
I
cheers. We will
will-
cheers with a donut.
I will bring some plain glazed Dunkin' Donuts with me. I mean, I might not see you till like the next day. I don't know. It's usually busy
Well,
there, but I will have donuts for you.
No, Friday. No, it should be Friday night. I think.
Okay. Okay.
I'm thinking now. Notice I'm looking up to the ceiling because that's where all our answers are.
Yeah.
As human beings, all our answers are
Yeah.
up here.
When we actually used to have like calendars on the wall.
It's funny too, though. Before we had such a thing called the cloud, we always looked up, didn't we? Looking for answers. Whenever you're thinking, everybody looks up. Answers have always been up there. 5:31 Eastern time here in the Lehigh Valley. This is the Kennedy Effect live with you, the entirety of planet Earth. We know that literally all 8 billion of you are listening right now, and we appreciate it very, very much. We are live the 25th of July. Katie Bloom Bruno is our I'm putting the emphasis on the hyphen. I could have said hyphen. I probably should have said hyphen. Is our guest. She is the political director of Conservation Voters of Pennsylvania. We are a half hour into the program and we have not yet mentioned the environment. Isn't that outstanding? What a great, very typical Kennedy Effect conversation. And that's kind of what the beauty of the program. It's just a relaxed chat, and we are thrilled to have all of you here with us being a part of it. Wherever you are watching across the Facebook universe, we appreciate it very, very much. You can stay exactly where you are, continue to watch and listen, or what is, I would have to say, is pretty much of a non-existent chat right now live at our home group Facebook page. That other side of information. come on to the group. That other side of information, you'll see our show airing live right in the timeline. Tap on it, expand on it, get into the comments section, talk to us. Your comments, your questions, agree, disagree, yell, kick, scream, anything that you want. You can do it right there in the comments section. We hope you keep it clean, as we were discussing earlier in the program, but we would hope you'd keep it, or in the pre-program, I should say, in the pre-show, we were discussing that. Some folks in there now, Darlene, Becky, Kathy, we welcome you and thank you for being there. To our sisters, brothers, friends, and family at hot101.net, thank you for allowing us onto your desktops, your laptops, your tablets, your phones, and your smart speakers. Did you know, because I forgot to mention at the top of the program, did you know that you can now tell Alexa to play hot101.net and we will appear, at least, until about 8 or 9 o'clock will appear. And then the great music returns. This little island of talk in a sea of music. If you do not know how to listen to hot101.net, it's very, very simple. The web address is the name. It's hot101.net. The Apple App Store has the Apple app. The Google Play Store has the Android app. And both stores have the TuneIn radio app. Go to the search bar for TuneIn, and you can find us there at hot101.net. And to our new family at TCP, the Cultured Professional, their Facebook page, WTCP, their global internet outlet, and their Roku channel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And we are pleased to have you there. There are many ways that you can interact with the program. You can email us, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. You can live tweet the program. As long as I've had a Twitter page, not a single person has ever tweeted me live in the program. But then again, I have one of those very strange Twitter accounts where I'm actually following more people than follow me. I blame you, audience, for that. I solely blame you, to be blunt. And so you can do that. You can live tweet me direct during the program. Katie's going to do it now just to be the first. And I agree. I think you should be the first. At that Kennedy Talk, or go to twitter.com and search for That Other Side of Information. You will find us. If you miss any of the program, we will be on TCP on Monday evening, and you can go to our YouTube channel, That Other Side of Information. We will be on Instagram, LinkedIn. I actually remembered to do a TikTok. Hey, it's like 2 weeks in a row now. I remembered. Of course, I did it about 45 minutes before we aired, but I remembered. I think that's the big key. I remembered. And you can find us there at TikTok. If you follow us on TikTok, actually, every time I post, you will see it and you will know exactly when and where to find us. So we appreciate that. And again, the phone line will be open later in the program, probably around the top of the hour. So Katie, after promising, let me get to the way we normally begin the program, because, I'm a child and I'm very easily distracted. So let me ask you, Katie Bloom,
Yes.
Bruno. Let me ask you, who is Katie Bloom Bruno, and how did you get here?
Oh, I've known you too long.
You've known me too long? That's usually how a lot of people feel that way.
Yeah.
It's usually how a lot of people feel. They just look at me, they give a very depressed sort of sigh and go, I've known you too long. And it's fun. You know what? Before you answer, I have to just tell this story real quick. It's I met you at the very, very first state convention that I attended in person with Bob Dietrich. Saw you in the back of the room leaning on one of those very fancy divider walls between conference rooms, and said, "That's Katie. You're going to want to meet her." And I said, "I probably do. I'm wondering if she wants to meet me, though." And now look what's happened to you. Now you're on the program.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
You're a glutton for punishment, I guess.
I did just tweet you, by the way.
I see it. I see.
But how I got here, in the first part there, I talked about like the family, right?
Mhm.
So how I got to do what I'm doing, I always tell people that it's from the womb. My grandparents were labor folks. Like, it's funny. Like, I try to I'm always happy to tell a story about what's in the background when I'm on the screen, because my office is filled with my favorite things. So like I have International Harvester tractors because my grandfather was a UAW member, right? Did worked for workers' rights. My parents worked for teachers' rights and social justice, and graduated college in '68 of all times to graduate from a really liberal university. And so it was just how I was raised. And I did some of my first neighborhood outreach with my mom when I was like in 8th grade, 7th or 8th grade. And that's how I ended up doing what I'm doing. And I thought that it was, I knew I always wanted to do something political. Like, so my hobby was always political and politics and history and the interconnection of all of those things, right? And that was my obsession. And I thought I could make it a career. I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to make this a career because it's not really a lot of fun. So then I left it for a while, and then I came back and I'm like, yep, my obsession is perfectly okay being a career. So, and I live regularly when the world gets me down, because here in Pennsylvania, we don't necessarily always have the best elected officials in state. My husband,
It's a regular occurrence being let down here in PA.
yeah, my husband constantly reminds me that I don't have to save the entire world every day. I can still try, but like I need to recognize that I cannot do that. So, but yeah, it's just, trying to make the world a better place is just that ingrained in me, from grandparents on down. And I have this amazing opportunity with conservation voters. There are so many issues that I'm passionate about. So I did work for the party, absolutely loved it. I did some things before that, races, things like that, wall of buttons here. But when I went to the party, I had so much fun. It was kind of my job to really help build the party. I have been to every single of the 67 counties in Pennsylvania numerous times. It's very funny because people are like, hey, do you know someone in such and such county? I'm like, yeah, I do. I think I have their number still. And it was the most fun. And when I
You
left,
are the clearinghouse of personal contact information. Let's just be blunt. You're a walking library of, I know exactly who you need to talk to in,
yep,
X obscure county. Yes, I know exactly who you need to talk to.
I do have to say, I have needed to upgrade my cell phone for 1.5 years, and I'm petrified of losing contacts. I know they're backed up, but I am petrified.
Well, yeah. Is it what? Oh no, wait. When I text you, it's green.
I
Oh,
am
so
an Android user.
Oh, well, no, then you should be petrified.
Everything's backed up on
Crikey,
Google.
then you should
Everything's
be
backed up on
petrified.
Google.
It's
Google
not,
owns
no,
me.
it's not. You know what? No, it's not the Apple iCloud. No,
Whatever.
no. No. If there's something I'm gonna try to impart upon you, you have imparted much more on me in the few years that we have known each other than the reverse. But I'm gonna impart Apple on you.
You want to know why?
iCloud. Every time I go get a new phone, I sit in the store and I put my old one down, I put the new one next to it, I sign into iCloud, and I watch everything fall into it.
Done. Since
Done.
I have a Google Pixel, and all of my contacts are saved to the Google Cloud as well, and it does the same thing. I just have like this neo-Luddite kind of paranoia about losing contacts. And the thing is, if I'm missing one, I will still have my old phone.
Well,
But-
right, see, exactly. Right. And if you plug the phone into a desktop, it'll download into there. It'll save it all there and all that. I want to ask you, though, obviously, we're going to get to the environment clearly. But as you stated, you have done a lot of other things. And you mentioned something in the first half hour and in your answer. And it's something that we do here on a regular basis when I am lucky enough to speak with you outside of these type things. We always seem to come back to this at some point. Where did we lose the clear lens, the focused lens, the clarity of history in our political debate and our political divide. So what do I mean by that? When I am on the street, on the rare occasion that I'm recognized for something, or yesterday I happened to be in Philadelphia to speak at a Medicare for All rally. And by the way, folks, I don't say this a lot. I nailed it. God darn it. I really nailed it yesterday. I got to be honest. And I never say that stuff. I'm the most self-critical person you're ever going to find. I kind of nailed it yesterday. I think one of the most effective counter arguments to the self-identified conservative movement is history. And we used to look at history through a very, I don't even want to say impartial lens. There was only one lens to look at it. It was history. It's recorded, the results of which are determined. We can still look back at history and say, this is still affecting us in this way, or it may have started to affect us in this way, and that it changed directions as a policy got more set in and ingrained. But history doesn't lie to us. The New Deal worked. The moonshot worked. The Great Society worked. It is the basis of whom Democrats are. When did we lose history in our greater political debate?
So I'm gonna do two answers to this, because you brought up a couple different things, and it's only the way you're framing it. So I'm gonna pick on you because it's fun.
And that's what I'm here for.
So history can change. So there is a field, it's historiography, the study of, right? Which is one of my favorite things to nerd out about. And when you look at the history books that have been written, and I have a whole pile of antique history books in here because it's my favorite like antique shop find. And who has written those history books? That is problem one in a lot of this, right? Which will lead into the second part. We do not have women, we do not have people of color, we do not have people in the LGBTQ community as some of the world's, now there are now, but 20 years ago, they were not the world's prominent historians, right? Now, what we do have in history that is fact are primary sources. Hopefully everybody remembered learning about that in junior high and primary source research. We have letters from people 200, 300, 400 years ago. We have clay tablets. We do have primary sources as skills are getting better, as historiography is better. We are shifting what the actual narrative of history has been in more broad themes. Obviously, we know, hey, we were taught when we were in third grade, as old as you and I are, that, the founding fathers were great. Yeah, well, they were slave owners. So there's some pieces of history like that we do need to be careful about, especially recognizing marginalized people and communities. People are like, oh, well, Andrew Jackson beat back the Native Americans. No, he slaughtered indigenous people, thanks, right? So we need to be careful about that kind of narrative about history. But when you go back, even in the 50s and 60s, one of my favorite folks to read, I'm sure, McCarthy would have, kicked him out of the United States if he could have, is a scholar named Richard Hofstadter. And every so often I go back and read a couple of his books. But one of my favorite books, and I want to say it's like late 50s, early 60s, he wrote it. And it's called Anti-Intellectualism in American Life. And it really laid out what has happened. And when we look at our state legislatures across the country, definitely here in Pennsylvania, I can speak directly to, when you look at organizations like the Commonwealth Foundation, right? And Jeffrey Yass and his charter school bullshit and all the money he spends on all of this, is like, there has been, and I will shout this from every mountaintop I can, a concerted effort to defund public education, because that is where you get the least partisan education. So of course the state legislators in Pennsylvania want to send all of this money to private schools and charter schools where they can dictate what is taught. That has been how so much of this has happened. If you keep a population dumb, they are more likely to believe what you tell them. And that is a hill that I will always die on. The same thing goes with, what I do now in my professional life, right? We're trying just to get a basic environmental science knowledge kind of thing going in schools across this state. The bill's been introduced. I don't think it's ever passed both chambers. We've made some baby steps in it, but there's just getting things blocked by conservatives in this state that's just teaching basic science, teaching basic things about climate change. It's a real problem, but let's keep defunding public education and trying to make this population even more dumb. And when you look at where the populations lose even more school funding, particularly in Pennsylvania, I think that also says a lot.
Does this go back, whether you're referring to it directly or indirectly? This goes back to when Reagan came to power. One of his first appointments was Bill Bennett as the Secretary of Education. And one of the first things that Bennett went after was civics education.
Yep.
Because it is very hard to complain about what your government is doing if you do not understand how your government works. Mm-hmm. Is that, whether it be it directly or indirectly to what you're talking about, I know you're speaking more within the borders of the Commonwealth, but is that really where, because I talk about this every damn week. It's really hard to complain about what your government is doing when you don't understand how it functions.
Correct.
And it keeps a dumb, and it keeps an ignorant electorate too. I mean, let's remember Trump standing in front of a crowd of, and let's just be honest, it was a big crowd of folks saying, I love the uneducated. Well, no kidding, you love the uneducated because they don't understand what you're telling them. And before he ever ran for president, saying, if I ever ran, I'll run as a Republican because I can take that party. I can't fool the Democrats.
Yeah. And it's what kills me about some of our
look it up,
political
folks.
narrative.
He did say it.
Yeah. I mean, even in some of our political narrative, Democrats, they're elitists. Well, no, we just read books. Like, that's the difference. But I think it also, and I was just telling someone the other day, when you look at differences between Republicans and Democrats, without this educational piece included, what I like to say, and again, this is a little more Commonwealth, it's not necessarily national, but keeping my eye on other states as I do anyway, there's a difference between an immediate solution to a problem without a concern for 5 or 10 years from now, which tends to be what Republicans in Pennsylvania do, compared to Democrats in Pennsylvania who actually want to find the root cause of the problem and solve it so it doesn't happen again. And that tends to be the difference. And one, you tend to need to rely on science, experts, things like that more. But I've had this, both of my parents, mom was an educator for a brief while, days before teacher union. So someone else wanted her job, so she didn't have it because that was before there was a teachers union.
Right.
I think it was the principal's daughter wanted her job. I think that's what it was.
Well, she deserved it, no doubt.
Yeah. But dad, educator his whole life. He and I have talked about this a lot. And I was like, what did you learn in high school? What did you learn in college? And the fact that they would tell me, they were learning basic Latin. And I still learned some basic Latin in 9th grade English, of all places. That doesn't really happen anymore.
No.
Civics, root causes of words, that does not happen. And
you mean root causes of words, like the root word of conservative is conserve?
Yeah.
You mean like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we do that one a lot, and it usually met with a lot of blank stares.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sadly.
But I also think and it has been going on I think a little bit longer than Reagan. I think that was kind of the impetus for the much more massive shift in this. But I think about
Well, I
school
generally
districts.
go back from essentially the instant that the New Deal began to be introduced as a resolution, as a fix, as a solve to the Republican Great Depression. And by the way, speaking of history, look it up, folks. It was up into the 50s referred to as the Republican Great Depression. It only then Republicans worked at getting their names removed from it. It was not, it was the Republican Great Depression. It was the before we had the fancy term trickle down, it was the trickle down economics of the 1920s, teens and 20s, actually late teens and 20s, that led to that depression. Same way the economy, the Reagan economy led to crashes in 87 and 92 and 08,
Mhm,
07, 08.
mhm.
So
Yeah.
I completely lost my train of thought. Where was I
That's
going with that?
We were just talking about the length of
I was
time
going
people were
somewhere with that.
destroying public education.
Doesn't it actually go back to I tend to they were against the New Deal from the very beginning, but it wasn't really with Nixon that it kicked into gear, and then Reagan just threw it into a whole other, maybe
Mhm.
let's just say Reagan or Nixon took the manual transmission into first gear, Reagan into second, and W into third, and Trump into eighth.
Yeah, that basically, because I know that, my husband is 9 years older than me. And thinking of the education he had, and I'm just astounded. But he also grew up in a very rural school district that has like never been well funded per se, right? Because the wonky way we decide to fund schools here.
The main reason property taxes are used
Yep.
as the main funding source for schools is because rich districts get to keep, rich and white
Yep.
districts get to keep their own money in house.
Yep.
That's why it was designed that way.
Yep. It's just it's educational redlining.
Mhm.
So whether it is rural or urban, and it is usually the suburban districts that win. So, but anyway,
Money does tend
yeah.
to win out, but it hasn't always been that way. Again, as we if we're kind of spending the half hour here talking about history as a part of our political discourse, it hasn't always been that way. Why do you feel, again, because it's as being a loyal listener, as I know you are, you know how much I talk about history every single week. These programs are tried and true because history tells us that they worked. And when we need not do anything more difficult than what you were saying before, a simple Google or DuckDuckGo search, is how much money has the top 1% saved in just income taxes since the onset of the Reagan era? And it's $40 trillion. And that doesn't count capital gains, the ability to offshore money, fill in the blanks. Just the income taxes alone. It's history. It's a fact. You can look it up. But how have we lost, do you think, when you are making these arguments, not just to folks on the street, but even to legislators, to say, look, it's right here. I can show you that what I'm talking about is factual, and that they'll still look at you dead in the face and go, no, it's not.
Because people who are on the other side of an issue that I may be on have more money. That is why they can choose as legislators, many of whom are at least proverbially bought and paid for, if not actually. They can easily just say, I've got a secure job when I'm done being a legislator. It's going to be, six figures, $500,000 a year, being a quote unquote consultant for this guy that gave me this piece of paper that contradicts your piece of paper. So what the hell do I care? Because you're not going to give me a 6-figure job when I'm done being a legislator.
Or a 5-figure campaign donation, or.
Yeah. Now, granted,
so do those folks then, maybe you make this argument for them, I don't know. I know when I talk to self-identified Republicans on the street, because again, I don't think there's a lot of real ones. I think they are I think they have accepted what they have been told, and they've been told they're Republicans. do you ever have the opportunity? Well, I'm sure you have the opportunity. Have you ever just made sometimes the just the simplest of arguments that you do breathe too? Yes. You do drink water too. Yes.
I try not to be snarky in my professional capacity. How's that? Do I possibly say that
But
in a
is that
debrief with colleagues afterwards? Yes.
is that in all honesty, is that snarky? It's the bloody truth, isn't it? You go home and you turn on the tap and water comes out of it. And it's either going to be safe enough for you to use or it's going to poison you. Well, I mean, this is not.
Well, it's more of a if I said, do you breathe too? Coming from me, and sometimes I lose
Yeah.
that poker face, it would completely
The
snarky.
poker face.
But there are times I say, I went in and lobbied a legislator over some like lead pipe issues, things like that, and had the facts and figures, and even said, because any good person will research who they're talking to before they talk to them, right? And just brought examples of, hey, this is right in your district. Actually, this is right in your neighborhood. You could have bad pipes too. But I'm also not lining their pockets. And sometimes money talks, and it is a sad state of affairs for people who only get into politics and are only legislators when that is why they get into politics. And we are seeing much more of a divide, at least in this state, much more of a divide between party. You see a lot of Democrats saying, I'm not going to take corporate contributions, and Republicans are still taking corporate contributions. And you're seeing that divide happen. And I hate that it's like that, but that's the way that it is.
So are you saying then that history is not just written by the victors, but history has now been changed as to being written by those who pay to write it?
$40 trillion.
Because we all grew up.
$40 trillion of money that they did not have to pay in tax, which meant it was their money. So how do you think we got the Koch brothers? How do you think we got Jeffrey Yass, right? These are the people who got to keep all of those tax dollars that they did not pay their fair share of. And you've got Jeffrey Yass dumping millions upon millions upon millions of dollars into the Commonwealth Foundation. Who spent so much time last year telling the state that science wasn't real.
You've spent a lot of time at that building. I was never so struck as an irony, I guess you'd say, but also a physical allegory for where we are in Pennsylvania. You'll know exactly where I'm talking about. When you stand on the street in front of the Capitol and you're standing straight, looking straight on at the Capitol, and you turn, not by accident, by the way, to your right, and you see the beautiful stone monument of a building that is the Commonwealth Foundation, and then that little wooden, almost hut next to it that happens to be the headquarters of the Democratic Party. I found myself on one of my first trips to Harrisburg standing there just going, this basically just says everything. I mean, just staring at it and going, this is everything that we are here in this Commonwealth. It's everything that we are.
Well, and that speaks, hey, perfect segue for me. I want people to check out marcellusmoney.org. It is one of the things that I do at my current job. We are in the process of updating it. We hope we'll have a nice, wonderful new updated site come September. But what it does is it has collected fossil fuel industry, whether it's corporate or personal, campaign contributions to elected officials. This year, we are expanding it. We are including some petrochemical companies as well, because if the natural gas market is dropping, if people don't want as much fracked gas, they got to do something with it. So petchem is the way they think they should go. So we are tracking all of that, and we are looking at campaign contributions. And it's very interesting how much money former House Speaker Mike Turzai got. And now he is, I think, general counsel for People's Gas Aqua.
You know, I got a lot of flack that day, the day that that news broke.
Mhm.
Every now and then I'm clever. Occasionally I'm clever. And within the first few minutes, someone was kind enough to send me that, you know, when that broke, and said, what do you think of this? And I said, they're like, oh, he resigned and took a job. And I posted, no, he took a new position in the same company.
Exactly. He passed all kinds of stuff and made sure all kinds of stuff moved through that legislature, blocked a whole bunch of stuff. He did the company's bidding and then went to go work for them. The second that he got this pivotal piece done, poof, he was out. Done. Not surprised at all.
And whatever scrutiny was certainly coming his way, as has been all too, or has become, I should say, all too common when authorities or investigations or investigative people or the judicial branch, he tried to say, the judicial branch begins to have a peek at you, you resign and everything goes away.
Mhm. And I think that, I mean, that happens for everybody, but you know, the end of 2022 will be the end of Senator Toomey's time as one of the two senators from Pennsylvania. And I really want to know what Fortune 100 company is going to be paying him $500,000 a year to be a financial advisor or something, because
And not
is
that he
his
needs
thing.
it, God knows, but yeah,
Well, look at what he's
somebody
doing.
will. Somebody will put him on a board somewhere, or a healthcare board, or
Yeah.
or health insurance board, I should say. Even
Well,
that insurance industry,
connect the dots.
you know, board of directors or something. Yeah.
Connect the dots, because not only do I work on state policy, but I'm also working with our national partners on federal policy, and we've got the infrastructure bill and the bills that will go through the reconciliation process, et cetera. I am not going to go into the weeds on how federal legislation is passed, but there's also a lot of people who, if we had civics education, I wouldn't.
There's a
have to
cool
answer that.
cartoon from when we were younger about that.
Oh, yes, yes.
Look it
I
up.
did-
It's pretty good. How a
Yeah.
bill becomes law.
But it's actually a little more complicated than that. But it was a good
Schoolhouse
start.
Rock. Schoolhouse
know.
rocks. We all grew up with it. It's how we learn things. I mean, let's just be blunt. It's
I'm just a
we
bit-
know that there's more, you know, threads that you can pull on that yarn, but Katie is 100% correct.
Yeah.
The basics of it is what is in that, you know, if you never heard of, if you're younger than 40,
I mean,
you may not even know what
35,
school-
35. If you're younger than 35, you don't.
and you don't even know what Schoolhouse Rocks was, but by goodness, go to YouTube and just search Schoolhouse Rocks. You will learn more. Even if you are 35, you will learn more than you probably knew before that. 6:06 Eastern time here on the Eastern Seaboard of the United States. That's why it would be Eastern time, as we are on the Eastern Seaboard. And more smart thoughts like that coming your way. You are listening and watching The Kennedy Effect live for July 25, 2021. Wherever you may be on Facebook, you can continue to stay there, watch, listen to us in the background as you prepare for your Monday morning. If you're having dinner, still laying outside in the sun, perhaps swimming, whatever it is you might be doing, we are thrilled and humbled that every single one of you is with us. As I have come to say, perhaps all too often, we could not be here if you are not there. And we appreciate every single viewer and listener that takes part in this program, live or recorded. And from wherever you may fall on the political spectrum, you are welcome here and you are respected here. We may not agree, and we've had some guests that we quite literally agree on nothing, but you are still welcome here. You have a home here. And we hope that you are with us and that you will stay with us and be a part of the program. So wherever you are across Facebook, stay where you are, enjoy if you wish, or come over to our home group Facebook page titled That Other Side of Information. Open up the program widescreen on your device. You will see the comment section there, just like you would comment on any other normal post, and put your thoughts, your comments, your questions, yell, scream, agree, disagree, show suggestions, tell me where to go. That's happened occasionally. Just you can do it right there. We want you to be part of the program. Our sisters and brothers at both TCP, WTCP globally, the Cultured Professional Facebook page and Roku channel, and our sisters and brothers on the global internet grandparent of all global internet radio, hot101.net. We have listeners literally around the globe: Australia, New Zealand, around South America, in Mexico and Canada, and a couple dots on the European continent. We thank you so much for being with us yet again. Our humble little program is quite literally my second bedroom here in my humble little townhouse in the Lehigh Valley in Pennsylvania. We thank you for being with us, but we want you to be part of the program. You can tweet me. Some strange lady tweeted me earlier on in the program. I need to figure out who she is. I've got a stalker, and I'm actually really, really excited about it, but that's an after hours discussion. We'll save that for a different day. Actually, Katie was kind enough to tweet. She's literally my first live tweet during the program. It took me how long have I been on Twitter? I was going to say it took me 18 months, but that's the program. I wasn't on Twitter for half that time. So however the hell long it took, got my first live tweet. Thrilled. You can email the program, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. Live tweet us. We now know it works. Like, it worked. Katie tweeted us and it showed up. Like, wow, the magic of the internet, this interconnectivity. That's a big word for me. Interconnectivity. I saw it appear on my screen. So it means you can do it too. At That Kennedy Talk, twitter.com, That Other Side of Information. And I will shortly be putting up the phone number on the screen. Yep. You know, folks, these are, you can use these as phones too. They're not just things to watch YouTube on. Although if you're watching us on YouTube, then by all means, you do that. But you can call us on this too. And I will put up the phone number very shortly on the screen, which will make it easier for you. For our radio listeners, 267-227-9189 is the phone number. 267-227-9189. 267-227-9189. Katie, before I get into a very specific environmental question, and I really do have one at the top of my head that I pray I will not forget, because my brain tends to sieve in that direction. Give us a general overview, if you could please, of Conservation Voters of Pennsylvania. Who are they? What do they do? What do they advocate for? I think it's pretty self-explanatory in the name. But what is it that you really, is there any one specific thing that you focus on? Is it a complete environmental package of air, water, farmland? Is it everything? Is it, tell us about Conservation Voters.
So I think I may actually have our actual mission statement memorized. So we are the statewide political voice for the environment. And not but we are a statewide political voice for the environment. Our job,
you can say the preeminent, we'll give you that one.
Yeah, why not? We work to elect pro-environment legislators, and then we work to hold them accountable. That's kind of the big thing. We work broadly across environmental issues. We also do pro-democracy work as well, because when well over a simple majority, I want to say 73% of Pennsylvanians believe that the environment matters, why do we not have good environmental legislation? I don't know. Maybe it's access to the ballot box. So we do pro-democracy work as well, because there's obviously something wrong on that level. if issues that the majority of folks believe in aren't getting acted on. So we do environmental work, we look at our courts, we look at energy policy, land conservation, water protection, air quality, things like that. We have many partners across this state. I will give a shout out to some of our fellow partners: Sierra Club, Penn Future, Penn Environment, Clean Air Council, Clean Water Action, Center for Coalfield Justice. There are a slew of partners across the state that we work in various coalitions with. And, you know, for example, our strategic partners at Penn Future, they have an energy center with this amazing guy named Rob, and Rob knows everything about energy. And if you want to get some energy policy drafted, you give Rob a call, right? If you need to know something about methane, I'm going to give Robert a call at another partners, right? And they're going to draft that policy, and we're going to help, and we're going to work through our coalitions to not only push this legislation, but after any votes on this legislation, we will come in and we have our scorecard. And you can go to our website, which is conservationpa.org, and you can click on the 2019-2020 scorecard. And you will see that in the last legislative session, and for people who might not be from Pennsylvania, we have a 2-year, year-round, full-time legislative session. So much fun when there are 253 people to lobby. And I am one person in my organization. Well, actually now there's a second, but we're growing a little bit. So you will notice that on our last scorecard compared to the 2017-2018 session, there was a 500% increase in 0% scores on the environment for our legislators. And that is a large chunk of what I do, because I look at that scorecard and then I go, okay, so who are we going to elect instead?
You talked about being snarky early on,
Mm-hmm.
and I kind of, I don't think I'm hypothesizing too much here by saying it might be one of the reasons you and I are friends. We're highly sarcastic and highly snarky. Although thank goodness not to each other. I would lose that battle, by the way. The Pennsylvania Commonwealth Constitution guarantees access to clean air and clean water. Why is this such a difficult lift? And I think we know the common answer to that, but I'm, for the sake of the audience who doesn't follow these things on a day-to-day basis, because they're just trying to get to work, get the kids to school, and keep food on the table, and maybe do something wildly crazy like see a doctor. If they don't think about environment beyond, wow, my allergies are really killing me today. Again, let me repeat where I started. The Commonwealth Constitution, the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and I would suspect many other states across the country. I can't name them off the top of my head, but I can't assume that Pennsylvania is alone in this. Guarantees the residents of this Commonwealth clean air and clean water.
Yep.
So why is this such a hard lift? Why on a, let's be blunt about what's happening. Why on a daily basis are the people in the government violating our own Commonwealth Constitution?
Where are the checks and
And they are.
balances? Where are the checks and balances? We have seen marked improvement. This is why we care about elections at Conservation Voters. We have seen marked improvement with some changes in the state judiciary. And Pennsylvania is one of the few states that elects their 3 appellate courts in Pennsylvania, by the way. Another really good thing to pay attention to, because when you have a constitution for a state, guess who adjudicates challenges to that constitution, right?
I believe Pennsylvania is one of only six
I think it's
states
6.
that
Yep.
actually elects its judiciary, as opposed to the federal model where they are appointed by the executive, voted on, confirmed, signed off on, insert proper term here,
And
by the legislative.
pros and cons to both systems, especially as we look at the federal Supreme Court right now. But pros and cons to those systems. However, we have seen some better things happen in recent years because of some shifts and changes. But I also know from friends in the environmental advocacy community that are they going to go after some of the bigger, more bolder fights that might set bigger precedents for that? Or are they going to do a whole bunch of smaller cases invoking that amendment in what they bring to court, but God forbid it end up with the wrong judge and you get the precedents that you don't want? What I can say is the environmental amendment was recently used by State Senator Steve Saniciero, Bucks County, and I think a little bit of Montco. I get a little blurry around my district lines down there, but Steve is amazing. He and basically the entire, I think it was only missing 2 folks, the entire Democratic caucus filed countersuit and then a motion to dismiss State Senator Yaw's claim against the Delaware River Basin Commission. And what all of that was about is the DRBC, Delaware River Basin Commission, the DRBC, which is done, it's a multi-state thing, New York, New Jersey, right? There's a federal government representative. They banned fracking in the river basin because the Delaware River provides drinking water for more than 13 million people. And if you look at what's happening in southwestern Pennsylvania, might want to protect the Delaware River for people's drinking water. So Yaw filed suit saying that they could not do this. Steve and his fellow senators filed a countersuit, motion to dismiss. By the way, the courts dismissed it and upheld the environmental amendment. Yaws was trying to say that, you know, I'm trying to remember this here. There's a lot that happens, but any given day in Pennsylvania.
I was going to say, I'm sure whatever argument you're trying to remember is
yeah, it was like
is that both
monetizing.
part of the reason you're having a difficulty remembering it is probably his inaneness. I should gather.
The Yaw was saying, I think the basis of his argument in simplest terms was basically like, this could be economic activity and you can't control that. Whereas Saniciero was like, you can't monetize the environmental rights amendment. So like, it was that kind of argument back and forth. I am not a lawyer. I just read the articles. But that was kind of the gist of the argument and we won. The environment won.
Let me ask you a hypocrisy question. So Senator Yaw filed his suit that the government could not do this certain thing. It could not protect drinking water for 13 million people. But yet I have a sense, going out on a limb here, being a little crazy, he wasn't nearly as upset when the federal government, specifically FERC, the Federal Energy Resource Council, Federal Energy Resource Commission, something like that.
Yeah.
That he wasn't so upset when they essentially granted, sword on the shoulders, knighted private corporations with the governmental power of eminent domain. Something tells me he wasn't too darn upset about that.
Nope. Something tells me that I really want to know who in the Senator Yaw's family or himself owns drilling leases. I really want to know.
Effective, or do you even use it at all in your work? The argument of hypocrisy.
It doesn't work well. That's the
because
problem.
people generally don't like being called out on their BS, do they?
Yeah, and
they tend to recoil from it.
Yeah, there are things. So, talking with colleagues, let's say, myself and maybe 1 or 2 other environmental lobbyists walk in and have a meeting with someone, right? We will talk about the hypocrisy after the meeting, but in the meeting, there is a level of ego that you have to run for office. Any office, I don't care if it's my 11-year-old nephew or the president, right?
You're
You
trying to
have
say
to
I had an
have-
ego when I was 5?
I mean, I'm a councilwoman. I have a little bit of an ego. I'll admit it. Okay, kind of bigger than most, but like there is a certain level of ego you have to put yourself out there, right?
Right.
But then there are some people who have that overblown sense of ego. And the second that they feel even the slightest pinprick into it, when you say, well, that's a little bit hypocritical, sir, and it's usually a sir, it's all over from there. So you just have to think about your framing, how you're approaching things, etc., when you are lobbying. And I will say that it's also very difficult. There are a lot of organizations in the progressive advocacy community.
Too many.
Yes and no. But I can tell you that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are only 7 environmental lobbyists, full-time environmental lobbyists, compared to, for the Marcellus Shale Coalition, they have the equivalent of a lobbyist for all 253 members. They have the money because they never had to pay a severance tax, so they can of course afford it.
I received a question that I want to try to combine, I guess, into a point that I make on a semi-regular basis. Counties like Susquehanna,
Yeah.
they rely on impact fees from new fracking drilling wells to help fund that government. And we are often confronted with the argument that you can't stop fracking here. It's too many jobs. You can't not build that pipeline. It's too many jobs. A simple Google search, and the last time I did this, I have to say I didn't do it within the last even week. It was months ago. How number of fossil fuel jobs in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? It's in the 24,000 range, I believe. Number of green energy jobs in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is in the 96,000 range. So when we balance, if even balance is the right term, when we try to balance this argument of, yeah, but I work on that pipeline, I work on that well, this county is funded by that well, and we're making the argument that, yeah, and you'd like to breathe, drink, and eat. Yes. And oh, by the way, that same skill, I'm fascinated. I continue to be fascinated by the Boilermakers and the pipe fitters. Well, those are good quality welding jobs or good quality union jobs. Does that mean that those are the only 2 pieces of, this is usually when, if you and I were talking privately, I'd drop an F-bomb. Are you trying to tell me that your members can only weld pipe together? They can't weld the stanchion for a wind turbine? They can't weld the frame of a solar farm? Of course they can, for God's sakes. So when we're talking about this transition of, but we fund our government that way, you can fund it. This is a dying industry. It's a killer and it's dying. How do we make, especially Republican lawmakers who try to bathe themselves and wrap themselves in Joseph's coat of economy, jobs, economy, I care about you. You're a dying industry. It makes you wonder where the hell they get all the money in the first place.
So there's 2 things. There's 2 things here, and you brought up 2 things. I'm going to get to the jobs thing in a minute, because that's going to be like, I'm going to have fun with that for like 15 minutes, because you know that I'm both pro-environment and pro-union. So I've got a hell of an opinion. But like,
well,
when
so
it
am I,
comes to
but that's exactly the point. These unions that
Yeah.
say, well, you can't take my pipe fitting Boilermaker
well, hold on.
welding a gas line job for me because you're going to take my job. So go weld a wind turbine.
Hold on. We'll get into the nuance of that in a little bit. But the government piece, like Susquehanna County gets a lot of money from some of this, right? There are communities where they don't really need those wells anymore. So their impact fee, there was one local government, good size, certainly bigger than my town of 900, They got their annual impact fee and it was $1,200. Tell me how that funds your government. Tell me you can't find $1,200 through grant funding for something somewhere else. Can you fix a road through your regular liquid fuels allotment? Can you apply for a multimodal grant maybe and call PennDOT? There are other ways to get that funding, and communities should not rely on one solitary industry to drive the economy and tax base. It's diversification, right? Find your diverse, and that's like economics 101 is diversification. My personal stock portfolio, yes, it is socially conscious investing, and it's not that big because I don't make a lot of money. I'm working for the environment, people. But my stock portfolio is diverse because it is the smart thing to do.
And
And
if diversification wasn't so smart and wasn't so economically viable, then big banks would not have lobbied with literally tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars to have Glass-Steagall and all of the fire breaks and walls and firewalls between investment banking and regular banking and mortgage banking and investment houses and insurance. And they wouldn't have lobbied so damn hard to have all those barriers broken down if there wasn't billions of dollars to be made. So diversification obviously is the right thing.
yeah,
Coca-Cola makes soda, but they also make the packaging that it's in. It's called
Well,
diversification.
and
Or
a few other
Nestle
things
is
like
even
that.
probably Nestle's probably an even better. You know, Nestle makes food. They also make detergents, for goodness sake. It's all under the same.
Yeah.
Anyway, I went off.
But
Yeah,
but no, but that's my
my.
like, and don't get me wrong, like I really like some of the folks up in Susquehanna County. Hey, look, another county where I know people and I'm friends with folks.
What a
But
shocker.
like, shocking. But I really think it's incumbent on the elected officials there to say, hey, this isn't going to be here forever. What do we need to do to look ahead for the future, right? So when it comes to the jobs piece, that's also the looking ahead to the future. We know that the economy is changing. We know that the market is changing. We know the climate is changing. These heat waves might be an indication. The thing I absolutely loved, not perfect, like again, I said this at the top of the show, I do not personally believe in my worldview that there's ever such a thing as perfection. Almost there, we can get almost there. But President Biden's American Jobs Plan that he released in April, when I finally condensed everything that was on the White House page into 23 pages, absolutely everything that was in the original American Jobs Plan addressed all of this. And around both the infrastructure package, as well as a bunch of the bills in the stuff that's going to be moving through reconciliation, negotiations that are still going on, there's a lot of good stuff that helps everybody. And when you look at union jobs, and again, one thing we have to remember, particularly about trades jobs, I have a good friend who used to actually be with the Boilermakers, and they're a carpenter now, who I should actually probably give a phone call to. But in just talking with that friend, there were things I didn't know because I'm not a union member, which is for me a shame because like everybody else in my family has been a union member. But what has happened is this is kind of like civics education. Union membership has dropped so much we often forget what unions really mean and why they're good, right?
When Reagan came to power, the private sector unionization rate was just under 38%. It is now under 6%.
Yep. And I think one thing, particularly with trades, is you don't understand, we as like Joe voter non-union members, there's things like multi-employer pensions, right? They want to keep those pensions going. When we think about coal mines that are being shut down, the corporate owners of the coal mines don't give a shit. So sorry about the pensions. I'm trying not to swear, man. Trying. And
that just means when I see you, you're going to save everything that you didn't use here.
I'm going to unload when I see you. but what has happened is those corporate owners of those coal mines do not care about their pensions. They want to get that tax write-off for having a business go under, right? Well, they can get away with a whole bunch of stuff if they declare bankruptcy on things. Why not?
Which
It's not
again
the
didn't-
workers they're caring about. It's not
Which
the
again
market.
was illegal before the Reagan era. You couldn't, even if your business went out, you could not walk away from your pension obligation.
But I mean, there's all kinds of things. And the number of coal miners, I think there was a couple years ago, my now former boss and I did some back of the napkin math. We were sitting with some friends actually in the cafeteria in DC underneath the Capitol. Back of the napkin math, the number of coal miners in Pennsylvania, just to get them all on pensions, by the time you say close all the coal mines within 10 years, let's say you did that, and you wanted to give everyone a pension, even if they were not quite old enough for it, but get them set, it's actually not that much money compared to other things. When you look at the amount of money that we have given corporate fossil fuel tax subsidies for, in terms of money that could have gone to workers' pensions or worker training. And do I think that we should have, West Virginia's done some really interesting things because they've had many more closures than we have with coal mines. They've done some interesting things to change, like job retraining and stuff like
Mhm.
that. But the very cool thing, I'm going back to the original jobs plan and what we're trying to work on right now at the federal level, is there are trades jobs that can be translated. You're exactly right. Building wind turbines, to manufacturing wind turbines and solar panels and batteries and things like that. There is money in this for better research and development to spur technology innovation to make these even better, so we can think about recycling in a broad scale, on a more industrial scale. There's been a push for carbon capture and sequestration on energy plants. That's a place, nuke plants.
We
also
should
another place.
remember as well, history teaches us, because again, it's history. It was a fact. It was following the Reagan administration, was the George H.W. Bush administration that instituted a cap and trade policy to eliminate acid rain.
Yep.
A Republican president,
And here's
in
the-
conjunction
yeah.
with the Democratic legislative branch,
Mhm.
the House and Senate, a cap and trade plan to eliminate acid rain. We've done this before. And did the industries that contributed most to the acid rain problem, did they shrivel? Did they die? Did they disappear? No, most of them grew.
They also diversified.
Mhm. And a quick Google search tells me that as of 2019, which appears to be the most recent statistic, he said, available, is there are around just shy of 3,900 coal miners in Pennsylvania. 96,000 green energy jobs, just shy of 3,900 miners.
So you might have to do your call, and I'm going to go grab something to drink while you do it. Not your call, but you have to tell people it's that time.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's
Yeah,
probably, yeah, right.
but I want to come back to that statistic when you are done, and then while you do that, I'm going to grab a drink because we've been talking, and I want to.
Because because you didn't get a big enough cup.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. So I'm going to go do that while you do your thing.
I have a feeling when we see each other in September, there will be drinking involved.
I'm
saying.
going non-alcoholic today. I'm just saying.
Today, I'm saying in September. I'm thinking today. I'm talking about September. It
Uh-oh.
is actually, Katie's correct. It is the bottom of the hour. It is 6:36 Eastern time from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, in these United States, on this planet Earth, the only one we have, the third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect, live with you for the 25th of July, 2021. We are thrilled to have each and every one of you with us. The phone line is open. It is 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. And wherever you may be watching right now across the Facebook universe, if you don't think you can remember that number, it is right there on the screen for you to see. You can call, you can talk to Katie, you can talk to me, you can ask a question, push back against our arguments if you don't agree. Agree with us if you do agree, but be part of the program. 267-227-9189. Wherever you may be across the Facebook universe, you can stay right where you are. And there's one. Oh, and he grabbed the wrong mouse, so he can't even answer. Caller, you are welcome to the program. Please, whatever your device you're listening to us in, please turn the volume down because I'm reverberating in my headset. It's annoying beyond words. Give us your first name and where you are calling from, please.
My name is Randall. I'm calling from Brookhaven Borough in Delaware County, PA.
Randall, thank you for turning down the volume. I appreciate that. And welcome to the program. What did you want to tell us your thoughts?
Well, I've been one of the founding members of Middletown Township group that has been fighting for years and years. Originally the Sunoco, but Sunoco was bought out by one of the worst polluting pipeline conglomerates in Texas. And we've been fighting the Mariner East. Well, we fought the Mariner East 1, which was an 80-year-old 8-inch petroleum, low pressure, going upstate from the Sunoco refinery in Marcus Hook. And then they converted it to a 1400 PSI, high pressure, liquefied natural gas derivatives. And they've been building and polluting all across the state because it goes from Oregon across and then down through Chester County and here Delaware County, highly populated areas. And to build Mariner East 1 and Mariner East 2. Mariner East 1 is a 16-inch. Mariner East 2 is a 20, Mariner East 1 is a 20-inch. Mariner East 2X is a 16-inch. I lived up in Glen Riddle, PA, where the pipeline was going to be uphill in a valley that these gases that are heavier than air, that are odorless, etc. If there was a rupture, it would have come down. Anybody above 3 feet would have been asphyxiated. And the explosive, our original citizens funded just for the Glenwood area elementary school that my wife and 3 girls attended, which is like, I'm going to say like 900 feet away from the pipeline. Our citizen paid for study just for that area. The blast zone on each side would have been like 1,200 feet. Through thousands and thousands of people's homes, retirement living communities, our hospital, rural hospital, and then as the Democrats took control in Delaware County through county elections in 2017 and 2019, for the first time in 150 years of Republican control, they commissioned a county study. And that study was the whole county. And it's not just a blast zone. There's also a thermal zone past the blast zone. So if you were outside your home, you would be cooked. You know, your vinyl siding on the houses in the thermal zone would be cooked. And so obviously I'm against not just fracking, but I'm absolutely against putting these time bombs of failure through highly populated density. Now, just to give you my background, I spent all my life before I retired in different things as fire safety officer, fire marshal, a life safety officer. So I know what's going on with these highly pressurized gases like propane and butane. And the main one is, I'm lost here for a minute. I'm just, anyway, thank you for taking my call and my.
Well,
my-
what did you
my
have a
question-
Randall,
I'm
before you
sorry?
before you go away, did you have any kind of question that you wanted to leave us with? And if I can ask you a question,
Sure, I have a question I'd like to leave you with.
please do.
What can you know? I'm a lifelong Democrat, and I'm active as Democratic community my whole life.
Thank goodness.
But and I probably support 90% of what Tom Wolf's agenda has been over his almost two terms. But as far as him supporting the pipeline industry, I just, it's unacceptable.
Randall,
And so-
Katie will absolutely answer your question, but I want to ask you a question as an elected official before I let you go. And I'm grateful, very, very grateful that you listen. I hope you listen every single week, and I hope you continue to be a part of the program and call us. But I want to ask you a question. As an elected official and as an active member of the party, as am I, how does it make you feel, or what do you think when you see, I think it's, Katie can correct me and I get corrected all the time, I believe it's Penn East, that the Supreme Court just ruled on that these private corporations do have the ability to use eminent domain because FERC granted it to them. But even beside,
I don't care if it's a pipeline in Virginia going through a national forest from Tennessee. I don't care if it's any pipeline.
well, how frustrated are you though?
They are private, for-profit companies
Right.
in the story. They have
How-
no right to use eminent domain, period.
Oh, thank God. I know. I agree. You can't give a governmental power to a private corporation. It seems very, very simple to me. And by the way, I want to walk you through this little piece of logic, Katie. You can comment on the other side of this because Randall, I need to ask you this question. How frustrated are you, or how glad are you that it's New Jersey standing up and stopping all of this when the Commonwealth seems to have just rolled over and you got another pipeline? Oh, here, put it here. Oh, put it here. I'm in Lower Saucon Township. We have at least 8 of them under the township. Are you frustrated, or are you happy, or both, that it's New Jersey that's standing up and saying, no, this is not going to happen?
I'm very proud that the Democratic governor and the Democratic controlled legislature in New Jersey have stood up for people's rights versus for-profit corporation rights.
He just might be the most progressive governor in the country. And maybe that's something Katie will get to before this is over. Phil Murphy just might be the single most progressive governor in the country. And oh, by the way, he's a billionaire. He's a big bank billionaire.
And I'm going to give my colleagues at New Jersey League of Conservation Voters a huge shout out from Ed and Henry and everybody over there for supporting the work being done to fight, because they do have a Democratic legislature
They do.
who's standing up. So it makes it a little bit easier. As I mentioned earlier, we had a fight between both chambers here on the Delaware River Basin Commission fracking decision, right? And you both brought up this amazing thing about eminent domain, and that is huge. And with the court's recent ruling, I just can't. We need new federal legislation to stop this. It's a very similar thing to ending Citizens United, right? Their
They
environmental
are very similar. They're
Yeah.
very similar.
environmental advocacy is not just about passing a piece of legislation to protect our drinking water. Environmental advocacy, when it comes to policy, needs to go over the entire spectrum. We need to look at eminent domain. We need to look at blast zones and actual safety regulations that can actually be enforced, which, oh wait, means maybe we want a fully funded Department of Environmental Protection for one. Maybe we look at reforming county code in the state of Pennsylvania so that counties, or even municipal code, so that municipalities can stand up. I know that there are some folks in a neighboring county to our caller here that really want county commissioners to do something, but the problems they're having are not actually on county land. So they need to start lobbying their township supervisors to start bringing suit. But the other thing we also need to do in Pennsylvania, we need to start electing district attorneys who care about prosecuting environmental crimes. We need to take Attorney General Josh Shapiro's recommendations from his grand jury report and talk about original criminal jurisdiction for environmental crimes. But we have to, in Pennsylvania, we have to legislate that stuff. We have to, and this is a very broad, I'm talking about a whole bunch of different pieces, but it gets to the point of environmental activism and advocacy is not just a singular focus. It has to go across the broad spectrum because everything is so interconnected. And I also want to thank our caller. I was getting my drink when he said he was an elected official, and I'm like, so am I. Thanks.
Well, Randall, thank you very much for calling the program. I hope you'll stick with us for the rest of the duration of the program, and I hope you'll be here every single week.
Of course I will, but I just want to say one last thing before
Absolutely.
I go.
No, please go ahead.
I lived in my house in Middletown Township, Delaware County for 22 years, my wife. I raised my 3 daughters there. And I was driven out by the Mary's pipelines because I know it's going to happen eventually to people, friends of mine that still live there. And that's what I play on, but thank you.
Randall, thank you. We can hear it. It's right there. And that's Katie. Randall, thank you for calling. I appreciate you very much. Please stay with the program, and please don't let this be the only time you call and talk to us. All right.
All right. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Randall.
Thank
you. Katie, I think sometimes, and you could hear it in Randall's voice at the end of his call, this is not just, I don't want that pipeline in my backyard.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when we're talking about rural areas in Pennsylvania, I don't want that pipeline on this farmland that's been in my family for 50, 100, 200, 300 years. Randall's absolutely justified in his emotion from a home he's had for 22 years. Can you imagine if you lived on a farm that's been in your family in some shape or measure for 3 centuries?
And it's not even that, because where Randall just said that he used to live, Middleton Township. My sister lives
Middletown Township, Delaware County.
My sister lives in South Middletown Township.
If I understand him correctly, he is still in the township. He just moved house.
I know, and where he was originally from, that elementary school is where my nephew goes to elementary school. The state representative in that district lobbied to have the pipeline moved further away from his own child's elementary school, where my nephew also attends.
But not stop the pipeline, just get it a little further away from the school. I was lucky enough to get a friend of ours, I think, Tara Zarinsky. I messaged her literally during Randall's phone call. There is a pipeline, and the name of which is escaping me. You probably know, actually, but it's escaping me. I want to say it's Penn East, but I think I'm wrong. That runs
Atlantic. There's so many
at the junction of Freemansburg Avenue and PA Route 33. When I was a kid, not even a kid really, when I was going to Moravian College, it was still a farm field because 33 hadn't been completed down that south, because 78 wasn't done yet. It is called the Southmont Center. There's a Lowe's and a Best Buy and a Michael's and a Barnes and Noble and a really nice Barnes and Noble, by the way, and and a Bed Bath and Beyond, and a Texas Roadhouse Steakhouse, and a Panera, and
You mean,
it's right there. And catty
multitude of-
cornered from that
Mhm.
is the St. Luke's Hospital Anderson campus, and a pipeline runs under that shopping center. And the maternity ward of that hospital is in the blast zone.
Do you think corporations care?
Let me ask you about that. Corporations are people, Katie, right?
Sure.
They're people. Now, I'm dead serious about this line of thought because I haven't had anyone refute it yet. And that doesn't make me smart. I'm just saying nobody's been able to argue it yet. Very similar to Citizens United. If money is speech, but money is not equally distributed, then free speech can't really be free and it can't be equal, as the Constitution guarantees. I should have the same speech as a Bezos or a Musk or a Buffett or name, insert billionaire, Jamie Dimon, insert billionaire's name here. But I don't, because I don't have the same money they do. So there, if money's not equally distributed, therefore, speech cannot be free and equal. That said, if corporations are people, I'm a person. If corporations can be granted governmental rights of eminent domain, and they're a person and I'm a person, I want my right of eminent domain. What am I missing?
Get a lawyer and find out.
I should be able to
Seriously.
go outside and
Try it.
claim eminent domain. I'm a person. You think they're a person.
I would
What if I
love
decide I want to
see-
claim my neighbor's house because I
would-
need the space?
Well, first of all, I mean, you're not a jerk. I'm sure your neighbor's
Only
nice and you get
sometimes.
along with them. and
Kristen
you
might have
probably
a
don't wanna
different
do that.
thought occasionally,
Okay.
but
Well, I mean, there's a difference between being a nice, caring person. But no, why? And that's what I want to know. And that's kind of going back to what I said about courts earlier, is like, there's other cases I'm sure the environmental community could bring to the courts, but it's like, we don't necessarily have great judges in Pennsylvania. I just said earlier, like, let's start electing some district attorneys who give a crap. We have that in Jack in Delaware County, at Chester County, and there's a woman running in Bucks County right now that wants to do some environmental stuff in Bucks County. Let's start getting some district attorneys who care, to start prosecuting some of this stuff so that we can challenge these, so we can run it through the court, so we can take it up to the federal level if needed. Because we need that precedence. Part of that is our system of government and our checks and balances. We also need people at both local, county, state, and federal level who care enough to write laws that will change systemic problems, whether it is environmental racism or eminent domain or anything like that, or even just like I can go on Citizens United forever and a day. But like in the environmental space, we need legislators, elected officials at every level. And I think a lot of local elected officials really miss out on this. And I know who your guest was last week, and they probably talked about it for a while. I may or may not serve on the same borough council as them, but local electeds really miss out. And it's something we do at Conservation Voters a lot. We started getting into it. We're not doing it quite as much this year. But we did a lot in 2019 is we endorsed in local races, because I'm sitting in a borough that has solar panels that are pretty much powering all of our municipal buildings. It's saving money. It's good for the environment. It is using land that we cannot really build on because it's right next to our sewer plant. A farmer was, letting some animals graze on it or whatnot, or, I don't know, a soy field or something. We were leasing it to the neighborly Amish farmer, right? There are things that local elected officials can do. And if you keep looking at what's happening in the state legislature, the plastic bag preemption, municipalities aren't allowed to ban plastic bags.
How does that fit into a small government conservative mindset?
I don't know, but what I will tell you is that Senator district who I live in, I don't like to name names, does have a plastic bag manufacturing facility in his district, and it is small. But I would say between the workers there, I'm not going to say the owners, but it's not like a huge corporation kind of thing. So maybe we can include the owners. But the workers there and the community there where these workers live and shop could be affected if, you know, their sales suddenly dropped because everyone's banning plastic bags. I get that. I hear that logic, but you know what no one has ever done is no one has ever, and this actually includes me, but a pandemic hit when I got this brilliant idea, so I haven't gone anywhere. Why are we in the environmental movement or on the left, or God forbid, even on the right, because Teddy Roosevelt was a Republican and helped create national
Indeed.
parks.
And the first progressive.
Yeah.
Dare I say
And
the first progressive.
still kind of racist and hated indigenous people, but whatever.
Yeah.
But why are we not talking or getting grant money for this plastic bag manufacturing plant to manufacture biodegradable plastic bags? Because down the road from me, in State College, they have a composting program, and you have to go buy like these little plastic bags to put your compost in to put it in the container. Why aren't they making those plastic bags? Because that seems like a much more long-term solution.
Or the paper, semi paper, that felty,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
there's
That reusable grocery bag
numerous-
paper or something like that.
numerous options. If you have the capacity to make a bag, what do we have to do to get you a grant or something to convert your equipment to utilize a different material?
The
It doesn't seem like rocket science to me.
last time I did a search, first off, you can call the program just like Randall. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. Talk to me, even more so, talk to Katie. I'm here every week. Talk to Katie. She's prettier than me anyway. Talk to her. And nicer, probably. Talk to me, talk to her, talk to me, ask a question, agree with us, disagree with us, whatever it might be. 7:00 Eastern time, wherever you are on Facebook, stay there, enjoy. That other side of information is the home group page. You can come there and join us. There hasn't been a single comment actually in the chat. I don't know why. It's been a very quiet chat the last couple of weeks. Maybe it's just summer. Live tweet the program at That Kennedy Talk. Email us, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. If you've missed any of the program, you can watch the entirety of the program on our YouTube channel and Monday evening on TCP. It's ringing and I'm grabbing the wrong mouse. Caller, good evening. Your first name and where you are calling from, please.
Randall, and I'm calling from Brookhaven, Pennsylvania. Borough.
Yes. Didn't you just call me, Randall?
Yes.
Oh.
And I got turned down my volume on the Zoom. And I just did.
Okay.
Yeah, Katie brought up some really good points about thinking outside the box. And I try and think outside the box. My mother was a Girl Scout leader until 68 years old. Recycling program in Delaware County was started by the Girl Scouts of Delaware County. And that's because Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts were thinking out of the box for conservation and reusing, rethinking, reusing, and using again. And I like how Katie was talking about on a micro level of economics, on that small plant that the senator, that you can't remember the name, I'm sure he's Republican, supports the oil and gas industry, especially fracking, to make plastic. And I like the fact she was talking about, yeah, let's get a grant to convert them over to using organic materials to make plastic so that they will break down our landfills instead of being buried underground for thousands of years in our landfills because they're plastic. And what I didn't talk about earlier was the Mariner East 1, 2, and 2X pipelines all go to the refurbished former Sunoco crude oil plant. And all those materials, and the main one again is ethane. It's all being transported by high pressure tankers from Marcus Hook down the Delaware River to Europe, to Scotland and Norway to make plastic. It's all being transported to make plastic. And both Scotland and Norway have since banned fracking in their countries. And here we are supplying profit for a profit company to transport highly volatile liquids through our densely populated communities in Chester County and here in Delaware County to be exported to make plastic. And the world is drowning in plastic. I read an article not too long ago about all the micro pieces that are in the atmosphere now, plastic, that are infiltrating our lung systems. And God knows what that's going to cause. I mean, I can't tell you people, you know, down here in southeastern PA, we have some of the worst air quality in the nation. And I've got a daughter, I've got a son-in-law that has asthma, and I've got a grandson that has asthma. And it's just mind-boggling of us having to put up with pollution. I mean, you know, it was a little different.
Microplastics have now been found quite literally on the peak of Mount Everest, carried in the air, on the jet stream, on the top of Everest.
Yeah. Well, and Randall, like you brought up some really good ideas. You know, we talk about plastics. I was having a conversation with a forester friend of mine, and they're like, to protect it from the animals so these trees can grow or whatever, you know, there's metal or even plastic caging that it comes in or whatever, and I don't want to use it. And I'm like, why aren't we making it out of hemp products, right? Hemp has not been fully developed.
Too, by the way.
Yeah, well, and actually in the county where I live, you know, we've got some hemp farmers, but I learned they aren't growing right now because the hemp processing facility that was in Pennsylvania shut down with the pandemic. And I don't think they're reopening. So we've got a processing like there are systemic things, and plastic is huge. And Randall is absolutely right. So much of this is being sent overseas. Just like, you know, we talk about Pennsylvania jobs and things like that. And I really want to lift up the Ohio River Valley Institute and the reports that they do. They're a great organization. They do a ton of research. They've done some really good research on the economic impacts. I'm going to kind of spin this around a little bit because I didn't get back to the, you know, fossil fuel jobs versus green energy jobs, because it also impacts, you know, people who have asthma and things like that, and still keeps on the corporate theme and whose money's lining whose pockets. Is we are getting more research now, right? We have a different federal administration. They're actually hiring experts in this particular administration. Shocker.
How crazy, right?
I know.
Real experts. Isn't that
but
crazy?
There's more information coming out, and there's more things that are going to be coming through. And other NGOs are putting out other research, just like Orvie, which I mentioned. And we're seeing these things. But then the big question is, how do you get people to care? How do you get people to care about the plastics they use and things like that when they care about their kids who have asthma? And I think Randall really brought up a good point. He knows that he has really bad air quality in his district. He's obviously very aware of the environmental issues. His kids have asthma. But people don't always think of air quality when they're thinking about that. They're going, oh God, now I have to afford asthma medications. If corporations were being responsible,
They're thinking of curing the symptom rather than curing
Yep.
the problem. Maybe instead of buying an inhaler, we should clean the air.
yeah, and it's things like that. And it's you know, we talk about this. I love doing work on transit. It's one of my favorite things to work on is, you know, why don't we have more bus lines? And I'm thinking about the line that goes to Westchester, Pennsylvania, and it's a line. So people who live maybe on the outskirts of Westchester still have to get to the bus stops, right? Because SEPTA only runs that one line.
Or restoring, we're talking, which is a growing thing here in the Lehigh Valley. Restoring, not building
Yes.
brand new, restoring passenger rail from the
Correct.
Lehigh Valley. Just shy of 800,000 people, by the way, in the Lehigh Valley, Northampton, and
Correct.
Lehigh counties, restoring passenger rail from the Lehigh Valley to Philadelphia and to New York City.
Yeah, and I'm all for that. But the other thing is I just read a recent article and I really enjoy trying to work with SEPTA on how they can be more sustainable.
Mhm.
Um,
Very underrated service, by the way.
yes.
They really are.
And well, they're one of the largest public transit authorities and one of the least funded. But that's Pennsylvania.
Right.
So the thing that happens with them is, you know, electric buses are a problem. The technology is not great yet. So how do we do this? And this is where, you know, we look at this federal legislation to be like, here's this money for research and development. Here's this money to remediate brownfields, lead pipes, do energy efficiency, things like that in communities of color and in other environmental justice communities. But the other thing this does is to get back to workers too, is these workers who are working on pipelines, by the way, actually I ride with someone who is a pipeline worker. We have very fascinating conversations. But the thing that we agree on when I talk to this pipeline worker is they deserve to be safe too. And our state, or even some municipalities, cannot have comprehensive safety regulations in place, even for some of those workers, because what happens is some of those corporations will then get subcontractors that aren't unionized. And then that puts unionized workers also at risk. And there are places that, you know, people always like to talk about how labor and the environment are always fighting. I'm like, there's actually a lot more places we can work together, by the way. Because it's not, you know, where are the new technologies? Where can we support workers' rights to unionize in green energy, right? I mean, people will talk about how a residential solar panel installer makes X number of dollars, but somebody in the fossil fuel industry makes 2X, correct? Well, that residential solar panel installer is probably not unionized.
Not unionized.
So how do we help
And
them?
might even be private independent.
Exactly. So
It's
how
hard to
do we
unionize a
help?
one-person business.
Yes. So
Yeah.
how do we help? And where do we work together to try to get the best of both worlds? Because I don't want to pay, I mean, granted, I don't have children, so I'm going to be a little tongue in cheek. Like, I don't want to pay for asthma medication for my cats. Normally I'd say children, but you know, neither does a worker on a pipeline. Neither does a worker at an energy plant. They deserve to have clean water and clean air, just as the rest of us do. They also deserve to have a good paying job, just like you and I deserve to have a good paying job. And what has been happening is apparently corporations are people. Corporations have their campaign contributions. Plug for marcellusmoney.org.
Mhm.
You know, and it's just, what do we do going forward? Because none of us want our lights to get turned off. We all want to put food on the table. And we would like to put food on the table that doesn't have plastic contaminants in it too.
Let me just drop in a fact, and I want to ask you a question, Katie, while Randall is listening. The Sunbury Textile Mill, my much better half tells me, she's across the table from me, tells me, went out of business during the pandemic, but is reopening as a hemp processing facility.
Ooh.
So some good news in Sunbury, that would Snyder County. I think she's gonna
And
yell at me if I
can I
get, she's gonna yell at me
interject
if
a
I get
couple things
if
here?
I'm gonna get the county wrong. She'll yell at me. Yeah, Randall, go ahead. But I want to ask Katie a question that I want you to listen to the answer to. Go ahead, ask your question, please.
Okay, first is I read an article yesterday, which I kind of knew to be true, but I didn't realize that the cotton industry in this country uses 1/4 of all pesticides. You know, the traditional boll weevil, et cetera, that kills cotton off. And hemp, hemp genetically has its own pesticide to insects, etc. So if we converted making our clothes from hemp, from cotton to
From
hemp,
cotton to
for
hemp, right?
example, we're going to cut pesticide use in this country 1/4.
And I believe
and-
hemp is also very forgiving on the soil, if I'm not mistaken. It does not extract
Yes, it is.
or pardon the pun. Yeah, pardon the pun. It doesn't tax the soil the same way some other crops do.
No, that's correct. I actually was born in Kansas until age 10. And my father's transfer when Boeing in Wichita took over Boeing Berthold in Morton, Delaware County, Little Morton. Of course, now they're miles along the Delaware River in the Boeing helicopter
Mhm.
complex. But yeah, I came from my mother's side in Anthony, Kansas, that homesteaded for 150 years. I came from my father's side in Springfield, Missouri, that homesteaded for 150 years, thanks to the socialistic Republican under the Lincoln administration, the Homestead Act of 1861.
Mm.
Like, yeah, I love socialism when it helps the people, not when it helps corporate America.
Right. It was Dr.
But I want to inject a couple things on previous comments you both made, real quick here. One is that, and I've lost my train of thought. I apologize.
Well, hang on there.
Real
Hang on there,
quick.
Randall. I want to ask Katie a question that I think is going to directly affect you. Katie, you are a local elected official. Randall is a local elected official. You mentioned this a little bit earlier. If you're speaking to Randall, well, you are speaking to Randall, but I mean, if you were meeting with Randall outside of this program, you travel to Delaware County to his municipality or to the county where you might be meeting with, municipalities from across the county. And you're looking these local officials in the face and they think they can't do anything against these huge conglomerates and the pipelines and the fossil fuel industry, an industry, by the way, that the Commonwealth continues to give a free $3.2 billion a year to. Free money, just free money, and goodness knows what we could do with 3.2 billion in a total budget of what I think is 40. So that's not a small amount of money. So let's just say you're at the X hotel in the middle of Delaware. You're meeting with local elected officials from across Delaware County, and they don't know what they can do individually against these huge behemoths. Tell Randall, tell other elected officials, be they county, local, municipal, townships, villages, whatever it might be, what can they do? What do you recommend when a local elected official comes to you and says, how do we fight this Goliath of a company? How do we try to push back against this particular pipeline, or even if all it is, and I know we don't always consider this a victory, even if the best thing we can do is to get them to bury it further or move it away from this housing development, how do they do that? How does someone like Randall say, no, you're not putting that pipeline through my backyard and I'm gonna fight you? How do you tell local elected officials you can fight on these grounds? What do you tell them?
Oh, you're asking someone who's not a lawyer, so I hope to God I don't screw this up. The biggest thing is unite with other elected officials. Collective voices, whether it is local, county, or state electeds. In Delaware County, Chester County, we have predominantly pro-environment legislators there. Even the one Republican state legislator in Delaware County is still pretty pro-environment. They have a not completely terrible environmental score.
I don't want to hijack your answer. I don't
But-
want you to forget the rest of your answer.
No.
What about the power of what you just said?
Yeah.
Maybe Randall by himself is feeling, I
Yes.
can't do this. What about the joining of my
Yeah.
municipality, my neighboring municipality, my county, my neighboring county? Maybe there's a region of counties, whether it's NEPA or the Lehigh Valley or Southeastern. Maybe together
Yeah.
we can take this fight on.
Yeah, and that's some of it. And I know that in Chester County, former state senator Dinniman had been working on a lawsuit. The lawsuit was not successful.
Legislator.
But you know, what can municipalities do in their purview? Things are happening on municipal property. Things are happening on township property. Do you, and again, I am not a legal expert, but do you consider uniting with other townships when it comes to, say, pipeline accidents? You know, Marsh Creek, the house that exploded like a week ago, you know, do you combine with them to say, okay, no, this is going against the emergency plan we have to have in place, and now we're going to bring a class action lawsuit? I don't know if that's how that would work, but that is certainly something to start talking to a municipal solicitor about, saying, this is costing us, the municipality, money.
Mhm.
This is costing money of our emergency services, or whatever service applies to the situation. Is it time for X kind of legal action that we can bring smaller? But it's talking to fellow elected officials about it, utilizing your state elected officials as resources because they have research resources available to them. Pipeline issues aside, talking about any environmental issue. And I know you were texting our mutual friend Tara, who, another person I should probably give a phone call to see how they're doing. You know, she has been doing a lot of advocacy with like the conservation district and waterways as a Northampton county councilwoman. There are things that local municipalities can do, even tiny ones like mine, to look at setbacks, look at zoning laws. My municipality does not have, again, we're smaller than 900 people. We don't, you know, have 40 grand to go spend on a certified planner to redo all of our zoning, but we're taking a look at it just to make sure that our setbacks are in the right place when it comes to development or preservation. We have a high excellence creek going right through town. We want to protect that. We're working with our conservation district on doing better with riparian buffers to protect that stream and stormwater runoff and things like that. So there are things you can do just as a municipality to have all kinds of impacts on your environment. There is a clearinghouse, our partners at We Conserve PA, is one of the places that I've seen it. It deals much more with land conservation and water issues, but they even have some sample resolutions and things like that that are accessible through their website to even just do some of those smaller things. Granted, pipelines are like, we're at the point of lawyers here probably when we're dealing with pipelines, and I hate
It probably
to say
looks like the highway system in Los Angeles, the pipelines in this
it
country,
is. Well,
or in
it's
in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Not even the other. Yeah,
it's been going on so long, and they've been getting so many free passes. And again, we need like comprehensive eminent domain reform, right? So we don't even have good safety plans in place for these things. So many of our
but
legislators.
when a maternity ward
Yeah.
and a full shopping
Yep.
center with big corporate chains are in the blast zone of a pipeline, then you know that
It's
this industry doesn't care even a little bit.
And I want to
And,
know.
and in Chester County, the Exton Mall
Mhm.
and the Westchester Library, the pipeline goes, they tried to do the horizontal drilling and it failed. It polluted. It failed and polluted in Middletown Township, where I used to live, Delaware County. It failed, horizontal drilling. They're doing traditional pipeline installation, but it's within hundreds of feet of, for example, the Eston Mall, and 110 feet of the library.
Yep.
The problem in Pennsylvania is, and it's a state issue that will take the state legislature and the governor to correct. The problem is Pennsylvania is the only state out of 50 states that doesn't have a state sizing law. There were 2 states 4 years ago in the country that didn't have sizing laws. And Alaska passed a sizing law. You can't build a pipeline within X amount of feet of anybody's home.
Mhm.
We don't have that in Pennsylvania. And that's why Chester County and Delaware County, where the Mariner East pipelines go through, I've got friends, it's 10 feet from their door. They took their land by eminent domain. Like,
Yep.
Sizing laws in Harrisburg are the key.
Yep.
Especially going through densely populated areas in southeast Pennsylvania.
Well,
And
Randall,
until the legislature and the governor signs such a bill to become law, they will just put it anywhere, underneath a hospital, near a hospital, underneath an elementary school, near an elementary school, thousands of people's residential properties, and you look at the damage that Mariner East has done. Chester County, 5 homes condemned, multiple after multiple after multiple sinkholes in their backyards where the pipeline was 50 feet from their houses, condemned and bought out by, Katie, help me here.
Oh.
What's the Texas corporation
Energy Transfer Partners.
that bought out Sunoco?
Energy Transfer Partners.
Energy Transfer, thank you. Yes, Energy Transfer is, they were the ones in the South Dakota pipeline, the Keystone pipeline, the major investors. They were the worst in the United States of America for pollution, for chilling, for potentially chilling in the future from these pipelines exploding. And I know I talked too much. I apologize, Jeff, and I apologize, Katie.
That's fine.
Listen, I appreciate you being here. I do want to open up the line on the off chance that someone else should want to dial in, but please know that I'm thrilled that you're here, Randall. I'm humbled and thankful that you're here. I'm very, very glad that you took the time to ring us, and I hope that you will continue to tune into the program each week and join us when it strikes you.
Jeff, if your board's lit up with incoming calls, I'm going to let you go. Thank you, Katie.
Yep.
Thanks, mate. Well, I only can take one at a time. That's why I don't know. Maybe somebody else is trying. Goodness knows. Free little software here. I can only take one at a time.
You learn something new every day, bro.
Thanks for being part with us, Randall. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Actually,
Katie,
concert-
why do you think it is so difficult to convince folks of the obviousness of climate change? And let me take 2 simple examples. Palm trees can now live and survive in New Jersey, and are in some cases. Bamboo never used to grow above a certain latitude in the United States. There's actually an ordinance in Hellertown that you cannot grow it because of how it is thriving. It is a tropical plant.
Mhm.
Even when you speak to the most ardent climate science denier, are these simple examples that you can point to say, but please look at this. These plants did not used to survive here, period.
You know what you usually get from those kinds of jagoffs? I'm assuming jagoff is appropriate. I didn't drop the F-bomb. Is
Right, because you could have called them an effing.
yeah, or
Right. No,
other
I got you.
things. But then they go, oh, well, this is the earth does this all the time. It goes through cycles. Or isn't this El Nino or La Nina? That's really all it is. It lasts a couple years anyway. And they just, like I said, we have killed public education. I remember taking like earth sciences in 9th grade where we learned about this stuff because, you know, it was science. Some of this kind of stuff does not happen anymore. Some of it does go back to education. But even in just talking to climate change deniers, what has been absolutely fascinating about the last, you know what, I'm going to say from the start of the pandemic. So of March of 2020 through quite literally, I believe it was Thursday at lunchtime. I have talked to numerous people. They're at home. They're working at home. They're paying attention. They're not sitting in a cubicle somewhere, and they're paying attention to the natural world around them. They're, utilizing parks. You saw all of those stories about how air quality improved in the 3 months of the pandemic because people weren't driving to work like they used to, right?
But what about
And-
the air quality just this past week with the smoke
Yep,
from the Western wildfires?
exactly. But there are
It
people who are
blocked out
starting-
the sun
Yep. There-
on
yep.
Wednesday, I want to say.
There are people who-
Literally blocked the sun to a point where it looked like it was,
Yep.
just generally speaking, it would look like, oh, well, you'd look up and say, well, it's going to rain.
Yeah.
No, it was a sunny day, save for the smoke.
And there are people who are paying more attention to the natural world around them. And I consider it a blessing. I was speaking to a tradesman who's doing some work in my neighborhood and just struck up a conversation. I mean, I was on staycation this week. I've been like reading books on my porch, maybe with or without bourbon. And what has happened,
Environmentally friendly made bourbon.
of course, yeah, staycation, and was talking to this gentleman, and he's an electrician, so he's kind of excited about solar.
Mhm.
And residential solar. He doesn't personally really know the technology, but it's something that he wants to get into because we started a conversation about the creek in front of me. And I said, yeah, we need to make sure this, you like fishing, but I need to make sure this creek out front remains really cold because it's a naturally occurring trout stream. He's like, oh, wow, there aren't many of those. I was like, yeah, like when people are cutting trees down around this creek, like that's not good. And like what's happening with the weather. And he went off on the weather and I was like, yeah, climate change is here. And he was like, yeah. And he was like, I didn't used to think so, but like last year, this year, starting to notice because of the pandemic, people are more aware of the natural world around them. Not like to the numbers we want, but
Right.
people are becoming more aware. And this guy, I've convinced him to be an environmental voter. I believe he's actually an independent. He's a little on the conservative side,
Mhm.
but he was like, yeah, that matters. So, and he didn't used to think that. And I think the pandemic has helped to open some people's eyes.
Right.
Sadly and gladly, it's kind of a weird mix.
There are two competing professors from Penn State, and one whose name I am always forgetting, even though numerous people have reminded me. And then, of course,
Dr. Michael Mann.
yeah, but there's another one. And there are several scattered across Europe.
Mhm.
Dr. Mann, whom I've listened to a lot, he's a regular guest with Tom Hartman, will say that there is still hope.
Yes.
Some of the global changes that we have seen are permanent and we're going to have to adjust to them, but that the worst of the changes can still be remediated, if not completely stopped. There's a smattering of environmental scientists who still believe in global climate change to the utmost, but have come to the conclusion that it's already too late, we're doomed.
Mhm.
I don't think I'm taking words out of your mouth by saying you are not an environmental scientist, but you obviously know a lot more about it than I. Where do you fall? Can we still save ourselves, or is it too late?
Both. I'm probably more in the camp of Dr. Mann. Living down the road from him, he's on the board of one of my partner organizations. I am.
Oh,
kind of
now
in
you're
that
saying you
camp.
know Dr. Mann too?
Sorry. I
Oh,
mean, like, we're
God,
not
you're a rock
buddies.
star. God, you're a rock. You know everybody.
No, I
Well, bring
don't.
him to state committee. We'll have a
No,
beer
I'm
with him.
not. He's not particularly political. I will be at a joint organization between my organization and our partners picnic in like 2 weeks, and he will be
No,
there.
he's not. He's not overtly political, but
No,
he knows what side of the bread the butter's on. If I'm not,
Yes.
if I'm not overstating it,
He's been attacked plenty.
he sure has. His life's been
Um,
threatened.
Yep.
Yep.
And I will say that some of what we're seeing, it's there, right? There's stuff we're not going to change. I think we better do a hell of a lot for infrastructure real damn fast. Real damn fast.
Well, I bought in the Lehigh Valley because if you look at some of the worst scenario climate maps, I'm going to be oceanfront relatively soon.
Yeah. Yeah.
My properties are going to skyrocket.
But in terms of the worst of it, I am with Dr. Mann. I think we can stop and even in some cases kind of reverse some of what's happening. But we gotta, that's why I'm gonna sit here and be like, the jobs plan from Biden. Like, Biden's not a perfect president. Again, life view, no perfection. But like, that plan talks about, we're going to take care of this bucket and this bucket and this bucket, and they're all interconnected so that we can address stormwater, change how we do like maybe some of the energy stuff so that we're not polluting as much, still address the stormwater stuff. Both of them give jobs, that kind of stuff. So it's justice, jobs, clean energy.
And by the way, I have been, I don't want to say I'm guilty of it because I think it's actually quite obvious. The answers to this crisis are not complicated.
Nope.
It's not ridiculous science fiction stuff like build a huge disk to block the sunlight kind of thing, or spray, chemtrails across the sky to block sunlight, reflect sunlight. The answers to this existential, immediate, because even existential makes it sound like there's a distance. It's immediate. It's happening now. South Miami Beach is underwater at high tide every day. The seawater bubbles up from the sewer grates. The parks that are on the water are underwater now. They're expending billions of dollars to raise roadways rather than really attack the actual problem, which is solarize the city. My goodness, if there's not a city on the planet that could run on solar, Miami.
Yeah.
So the answers to this, I guess, is my question, really aren't terribly difficult, are they?
No.
It's getting off fossil fuels. And the folks that are just awash in fossil fuel money, there will continue to be a market for fossil fuels.
Yeah.
Plastics are not going to go away. We can make different ones. We can make biodegradable ones. We can make different objects out of plastic that we don't make them now, that are longer lasting and if not forever lasting, like machine parts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We use petroleum products in the capsule that holds the vitamin that I take in the morning, and
we do
all of these
not,
things.
we don't even have an electric vehicle infrastructure right now for me to own an electric vehicle, and let alone I can't afford an electric vehicle. And also, but even with electric vehicles, what are we doing about our grid? How is our energy generated? And we need to dial back fossil fuel. And you hear the term used a lot in environmental spaces, net zero emissions, net zero emissions. And you got to the point of what that phrase means is that there are still fossil fuels in our lives. We can't tell somebody who's making $7.25 an hour, another argument I can get on. We can't tell someone who's making $7.25 an hour, like, oh, sorry, you can't drive your gasoline powered vehicle anymore. We can't do that to people, right?
No, and I think,
but
we also can't we tend to talk in environmental circles about
Yeah.
getting off fossil fuels, but I
Yeah.
think which I think a lot of people take as like this blanket statement that we're just not going to use fossil fuels anymore for anything. No, that's not exactly what we're talking about.
No.
We're talking about you not using fossil fuels to power transportation and to generate electricity primarily.
Yeah.
But it will, there's gonna always be, Vaseline, petroleum jelly. I mean, there's always gonna be a need and or usage for some sort of fossil fuel product, but we're talking about obviously greatly reducing
Yeah.
the amount that we use. And primarily, it's removing it out of the transportation and power generation sectors.
The 3 top polluters, and it does rotate just a little bit from year to year in Pennsylvania, and frankly, it's pretty consistent across the country, is energy production, transportation, and industrial uses are the 3 biggest emitters. And so we need to address greening our transportation, expanding public transit, and then greening public transit. Get cars off the road and then make electric buses work. And then we also need to say, okay, we just talked about economic diversification earlier in another part of this show. You hear some Republicans say, we need an everything is a solution thing. Well, I think we can dial back certain things way back. We're not talking about the gas that you cook with on your stove. That's not the kind of gas that we're talking about. Now, granted, I highly recommend that you get a carbon monoxide detector for your home if you cook with gas. It is still polluting you a little bit, so please get a carbon monoxide detector. We're not talking about those things. Those are personal choice things, right? Those are individual items. We are talking about a plant, the fossil fuel industry. We saw the natural gas market drop off with the pandemic, right? So they're scrambling. So they're like, all right, we're just going to invest all of this in plastics, because plastics, fertilizer, all kinds of things is where we can send our LNG. And it's where do we cut that off? But because it's not powering as much, people are talking about coal plants are closing, etc. Well, frankly, natural gas has killed coal. Stop working with them, please.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, stop partnering with the natural gas industry, coal industry, because they are the ones that have killed you. But the other thing is you have manufacturers as well. Like we saw the US Steel plant just outside of Pittsburgh closed several weeks ago, announced pending closure, I should say. And they said that it was too expensive to do whatever they had to do to clean up the facility to help with air quality and pollution and things like that. Screwing over the union workers there, mind you. And those jagoffs, unions are appropriate.
How accurate is their complaint?
Yeah, guess what? I don't know. If they'd waited a couple months and we got a jobs plan class, they probably would have gotten some money to clean it up. But they decided to ship the manufacturing that happens at that plant down to a non-unionized facility in the southern United States. So we have to address some of these corporate players in a way.
So something that
hold them
largely
accountable.
did not happen in this country prior to the Reagan era. It was the competition between states
Yep.
and municipalities for businesses.
Yeah.
Largely did not occur. This is a post-Reagan
Yeah.
setting
Well-
states and setting people and setting regions and setting municipalities against one another, driving down to the bottom.
Yeah. And as we move forward, what brownfields, we don't want to build residential homes on brownfields. A business might not want to build a new business on a contaminated brownfield, but you know what we can build there? Solar fields. We don't have to necessarily take farmland for solar fields. Now, if a farmer would like to maybe not farm as much and would like to contribute to the environment and they want to do that, I don't care. That's their farm. Again, I don't want to go after individuals. But Lehigh Valley, y'all are building some warehouses, man. So
Why don't those warehouse roofs?
Yeah, why don't they have solar on
why
the
don't
roofs?
Why don't the car parks in malls and office parks covered with panels that also happen to cover your car, by the way, when it's raining and pouring and you can stay dry and
My
keep the
local
snow off your
grocery
car?
store, my local grocery store has a solar panel carport.
And it also keeps, by the way, I know this is a little bit down in the weeds, but you're going to agree with me, believe it or not. Also keeps the sun from penetrating down onto that tarmac and putting all of that heat back up into the air. We all know how much hotter it is standing on a white cement sidewalk than walking out into a black tarmac car park.
Yeah.
But if you put solar over top of it, cover the cars, stay dry when it's raining. Hey, get a big snowstorm. You don't have to clean off your car as much, perhaps. It's covered. Oh, and by the way, that covering has a solar panel on the roof. Isn't that tremendous? They're all over
Yes.
New Jersey, by the way. Office parks all over New Jersey with their car parks covered with solar panels
And they have chargers
for
for
cars
electric
right there.
vehicles.
Right there.
But the other thing is like even in parking lots, because we know urban areas, the heat
Yep.
in urban areas, because there's not enough green,
To absorb it.
grass pavers. And actually, an acquaintance of mine just posted something on Facebook the other day. I saw it like 2 days late, algorithms, whatever. And I was like, oh, this is something I know about. And it was an article, I want to say it was like a bakery in Buffalo or Rochester or something. They were like, we got this approved with zoning, blah, 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 blah. And it's actually really fascinating because people are like, oh, well, what about the leaks from vehicles going into this grass paver system, which is actually very sturdy, by the way.
Hmm.
And the individual components that hold the grass plantings, soil, are actually very sturdy. And first of all, a well-maintained vehicle should not be leaking anything, first of all. But it depends on the soil and it depends on the plant. You can have the right kind of soil and the right kind of plant in grass pavers in a parking lot that those naturally occurring microorganisms will break down some of those small leak contaminants. So it's really, there's a lot of cool little things that we can actually be doing, but just like, and I'll be honest, industry taught us to reduce, reuse, and recycle. They put the onus on us to get it off of them. And it's time for us to put the onus back on industry because we have been reducing, reusing, and recycling for quite a while. And
Only 6%, I think, of the items that are recyclable items in the country are actually properly recycled. I might be a bit low on that. I think it's only 6%.
You are low. So it depends on where you are. It really, really varies on what can be recycled where.
What about
Reusing happens more often than recycling, actually.
what about the greening of roofs, or what I speak
Mhm.
about on the program nearly every week, the German government incentive program for folks to put, well, it was a two-pronged program. All government buildings were solarized,
Yeah.
all of them. And individual homeowners and private building business owners were incentivized to put solar on their roofs.
Mhm.
The program was so wildly successful that they were generating, and we're not exactly talking about a tropical climate either in Germany. We're talking about a latitude even with Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, Greenland, even in some area, the northern areas, the Black Sea areas of Germany. They generated so much solar electricity, they didn't know what to do with all of it.
Mhm.
And they came up with two solutions. One, they sold it. They sold it to Finland. But second, they were generating so much electricity they couldn't store all of it because battery storage systems are admittedly not as advanced as they probably should be, and they couldn't store all of it. So what did they need to do? Came up with a second incentive program to get folks to buy electric cars.
Mhm.
And the cars acted as a secondary storage, but also usage of all of that extra electricity. I have never laughed so hard than when I saw former senator and increasing nut job, and I don't name call on this program an awful lot, Rick Santorum saying, You can't have solar because when the sun doesn't come out, and where
Oh,
are you going to
God.
do with all the energy? It's called a battery. We've had them
Mhm.
for a century.
Now, I will say battery technology is continually getting better, and it needs to keep getting better. Because that's part of like the R&D money that really needs to be invested. And I'm going to say, I mean, one thing I will say is that BP, like Deepwater Horizon, like
Correct.
ooh,
Yep.
really awful. But for what it is worth,
Full and
BP is,
complete contamination of the Gulf of Mexico.
yeah. However, they're also oddly doing really good green energy research and development, which let's not talk about how hypocritical this all is. But again, I'm going to say that word diversification again for, I guess, or whatever.
Right.
They do solar work. But they are doing a lot of research in this area because once in a blue moon, you do find one of these corporations that's like, oh, we screwed up. We can still make money on the future. And I don't know if our systems systemically, we are so screwed that we need them to realize that, or we get them to really change that. Because I think until we have some sort of corporate reform that we desperately need, how do we convince these corporations to stop being jagoffs that they are?
When you heard about the Exxon Papers story,
Oh my God.
internal Exxon, for those of you who may not be familiar, internal Exxon documentation, scientific documentation, scientists employed by Exxon, they were ESSO at the time, some that go to the late 50s, more so into the early 60s, where their internal scientists said, if we keep doing this, if this company, ESSO, Exxon now, ExxonMobil, if we keep doing what we're doing, we are going to fundamentally change the global climate. And one of the things that fascinates me, Katie, I don't know if it fascinates you, is that these folks, these titans of industry, these leaders of business, rather than taking that science and saying, okay, well, we're not going to turn over this corporation in an evening, but we could take 1% of our gross, perhaps, and begin to start transitioning ourselves. And if they had done that, they might be the absolute global leader in green energy right now, and they would be an even more multi-trillion dollar company than they are now. It continually fascinates me. These are supposed to be the smart ones, the business leaders. But instead, because you mentioned a couple different times during the program, they don't care. They said, you know what? No, hide that, bury it, burn it, fire the scientists, whatever we need to do. We're not changing what we're doing.
Because their CEOs have so much money, they can just fly to space for 10 minutes in a penis rocket.
Correct.
And
you know what?
Like, they don't care.
Is there anything more hilarious than the penis rocket? Let's just be honest.
No, that really kind of made my week. I thought it was very allegorical. But they do not care. They can be like, I'm just going to go live in space now that I know I can get there. Whatever happens, happens. I mean, granted, there's problems with that. I know, logically, scientifically. But I think that they truly don't care. They have their money, and they have enough money to be safe, protected, fed, whatever, when bad things happen. So they do not care.
Do you think those folks actually look at this as some sort of dystopian science fiction type movie, like an Elysium type movie, which, by the way, is a very underrated movie. If you look at what the future of our planet probably looks like, Elysium, check it out. It's not a great movie overall, but it really isn't. It's not a great movie overall, but the type of future Earth that it's set in is not all that unrealistic. Do these rich folks, do you think they're going to go to some secret space station that maybe we don't know about and escape the the poisons? Maybe
I'm not gonna conspiracy theory it, but like
no,
we
and
have
I'm
to
not.
figure out how to get people to care. But
I'm not
the
trying
other
to.
thing with corporations that we have to do, Jeff, is we have to call them out when they greenwash. And Amazon is a big, big greenwasher, by the way.
Define that for me. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I've heard that one before.
Okay, it's kind of like when you have a facility that says, oh, well, we're going to make energy by burning the plastics you can't recycle. So we're going to take care of the plastic pollution, but they're burning
what they
it,
put up into
creating
the air,
pollution.
right? Gotcha. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So they're claiming a green stance when not really
Yep.
being a part of it.
Yep.
What companies and corporations do you hold up as excellent examples of good corporate personhood, of actually saying, you know, we're going to do this green, and they actually are?
Companies who are making strides tend to be more of your tech, more straight up kind of tech companies. I consider Amazon a retailer. But more of your straight up tech companies are trying to do better. There's a lot of tech companies that are also looking at like, hey, we have these massive server systems. How do we make them energy efficient? Right?
Solar and batteries or wind.
Well, there's a whole bunch of things, but usually you see it in the tech system, which is also where you see the venture capitalists, which I don't particularly care for either. Like in a fair monetary system, I'm not a big fan of venture capitalists. Again, everything's interconnected, but more in the tech world, you see more appropriately green or going green companies. And you actually see a lot of those companies also investing in environmental advocacy work as well, which is pretty cool.
How truly big of a deal? Because I know when I saw that announced, I thought it was a huge deal. I believe Sweden has already done this. You cannot buy a purely petrol engine anymore.
Mhm.
At the
nice.
best you can do in petrol is a hybrid engine. And even that they intend to phase out eventually, and it will be pure. You can't buy anything other than electric there. France has done the same thing. The UK, I believe, is close. They might be 2050. Germany has done it. Japan is doing it. How big, when we talk about that the real reductions in fossil fuels have to come from the transportation sector, how big of a deal is it when the Scandinavian countries say, all right, yeah, and boom, done. You cannot buy a petrol engine here anymore, period. I mean, that's a significant, it seems to me that it's a significant advance.
It is, and it isn't. Wow, I could get into some like deep sociological things about Americans.
We love our big gas engines, don't we?
Well, it's not so much that, and it's kind of what I keep going to, and I think sometimes it's kind of that comment. Sometimes the further left you get, the even more pro-gun you end up. Right? You've heard those expressions. You know what I mean?
You go, yeah. Well, it's a NASCAR track. You go so far left, you eventually circle on yourself.
Sometimes. But what happens is the ideology we have in this country for the individual, and you've heard me say that, like, I don't want to go after somebody's freaking gas burning stove. Like, our country is huge. We have millions and millions. What is our population?
335 million.
335? Okay. So we have 335 million people. How do you get people to do that? People have whatever hobbies that they want to have, right? Do we get them to stop their hobbies? Like, think about the NASCAR guys, right? Think about the hobbyist at their local dirt track in what's that place? Port Royal or whatever. I think they have that dirt track there. Do you say no to those people? But do you say, okay, all fleet vehicles, government vehicles, public transit vehicles, corporate vehicles, whatever, they all must be hybrid or electric.
The
Right?
United States Postal Service was planning on buying
Yes.
all
Yes.
electric vehicles right when the Republicans laid that 75-year pre-pension funding legislation on them.
Exactly. Because
Because
as
the
much as
single
we
largest fleet in the country was going to become all electric. And the
And
fossil
as
fuel
much as-
industry didn't want that.
and as much as we don't want to go after the individual in this country, or I don't, because I'm also like,
You're an individual.
yeah,
You're one of us.
yeah, you know, like Jeff, I do not want to take your Kennedy poster behind you, you know, like keep your stuff. But I just, you know, the Postal Service is an example, largest fleet. There are things that we can do to reduce that. I would love it if I actually had reliable train service for my commute to Harrisburg. I don't have it. I'd love to not be driving my car all over the place. I still like trips, so I'm okay with trains because I do like the trip aspect of things. But it'd be fine if I weren't driving. I'd love to take a train. There are things that we can do to impact all of this that is still not going to impact the individual. So, yeah.
How important are the wind turbines in Lackawanna and Luzerne between Wilkes-Barre and Scranton? Are they largely, do they generate enough power that they make a difference? Are they largely ceremonial at this point? Did it kind of break the seal that we can do more of this? Is it, when I drive up there for work, I think they're very majestic. I truly do. I'm stunned at them. I'm taken by them. And all of the trees around them are fully developed and still growing. And we didn't wipe off the top of a mountain to build them. And I do see the occasional yard sign, the campaign style yard sign that says no more wind on mountaintop. I can't imagine why. The things are constantly in motion. Are they effective? Are they making a difference? Are they showing some Pennsylvanians that, hey, we can do this and it's really not that difficult?
The one thing we need to be careful of with turbines is where we put them, because we are a big migratory path,
Right?
Right.
The birds.
but we can site them in appropriate ways so there aren't problems. And birds are also not stupid, and you know,
Right.
they can fly around things. But it's the migration path that is the most concerning, of course. But I have had the pleasure, I enjoy riding ATVs, side by sides, etc. And we went to an ATV park in Somerset County, Mountain Ridge, maybe it is, I don't know. But there's all of this land unused, some old pastures, some wooded land at a wind farm. And the trails go in and around, and the camping area is literally underneath these big giant windmills. And I'm like, I just want to go up and hug these things. And if you're the kind of person who likes a little bit of noise at night when you're sleeping, like I do, it's just, and I love it. And I love windmills.
Probably hypnotic. It's probably almost like white
is.
noise. It's probably a bit
It
hypnotic, I
is.
should think.
And the first night we stayed there, I didn't sleep really well. And I was just sitting outside at like 2 a.m, like, this is so cool. But no, windmills are an option. We have Limerick, Beaver Valley, a whole bunch of nuke plants throughout the state. I've got problems with waste storage from that. Big problems with waste storage, but it's zero carbon emissions.
Waste storage from,
Nuclear energy.
yeah. Well, I mean, there's only so many salt caves in Utah,
But the thing is, it's not even that.
and they don't want it either.
Well, there's issues with some of the federal stuff. It's less on the companies, but companies have also spent this time actually figuring out how to kind of recycle what they do. France has done a lot of work on this. But with the immediate climate crisis, I am starting to feel like, okay, those plants are zero carbon emissions, and we kind of got a little bit of a problem. And if it lets us transition to something even more green, I'm okay. I think this is a personal opinion, by the way. We don't really have a stance organizationally. We rely on our national because it's actually more of a national thing. But personally, yikes, we're at crisis point.
8 p.m. Eastern, entering the final curve. Since we referenced in that NASCAR. Oh, you're waving already. Kristen was going to talk to you
Oh,
and say
man.
hello to you. But 8 p.m. That other side of information on Facebook, hot101.net, Apple app, Google Play Store for Android, the TuneIn Radio app, our friends at TCP. Thank you all for being here. 267-227-9189 is the phone. 267-227-9189. Say hello, dear.
Hi, Katie. I just wanted to say hi, and I just really enjoyed, listening to you guys chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's great. I did have one quick question for you. There are a lot of universities where the college students have become very active in forming divestment groups.
Yep.
Which is totally awesome. But in the case of some of these schools, there's like this small little messian backlash coming.
Yeah.
Like at Bucknell, they now have what they call the Open Discourse Society. And when you click in and you look at who is a contributing alumni or founder, it's Wall Street Banks, it's ExxonMobil, British Petroleum, and they definitely are not being honest about what their intent is. They're out there saying, we just want a discussion. But I don't think they would have arrived without a Sunrise chapter on Bucknell's campus. So I was wondering, what are your thoughts on how to negotiate that backlash?
Sunrise.
Yeah.
Sunrise. I have colleagues in the environmental space that metaphorically roll their eyes sometimes at Sunrise because they'll do bird dogging of politicians and things like that. They're more protests. They're like, oh, it's better if they help us work on legislation or something, right? Whatever. But I'm just like I feel about my party politics.
Mhm.
I think there is a place. I think it's a big tent. And I think especially on college campuses with passionate young people, and hey, look, we're going all the way back to young people, Jeff. I think
That's a
with young-
well-constructed program, Katie. That's a very
Yeah.
well-constructed program.
I think that, this is where the young people are important. This is where young people, especially just out of college alumni, can vote for their board of trustees to make sure their board of trustees does not have Wall Street bankers and ExxonMobil executives on it. Penn State. I actually am not an alumni there. I just live down the road from it. But this is where organizations like Sunrise and student groups and all of those folks can really come into play and vote in trustee elections and get involved in student government to be like,
Amen.
hey, why do you have a Wall Street funder? We're having a bake sale. Why is your club being funded like that? Maybe it's student government's job to change the rules for student organizations.
How important was it to get the climate activists, and I think that's probably not the best term for them, onto the ExxonMobil board? How big of a victory is that?
Fun. It's a fun victory.
Is it a meaningful one?
Yes.
Do you believe that? I think there was only 2 of them
Mhm.
on a board of 12.
Guess what? There's
You-
rotating elections. Let's get
Okay.
more on.
They're going to get more. Do you think? Do you consider it a victory for the? I know this goes back a little bit, but I think it's similar. The progressive takeover of the Nevada Democratic Committee.
Do you think it's good?
Do you consider that a victory for things like environmental justice?
I do mostly. And we've talked about this like offline. So non-professional capacity, because we spent a lot of time talking about
Absolutely.
like my professional things. I it's so funny because I am progressive. I am on the left. But I'm also actually like a long-term member of the establishment too. And I'm not moderate. So this is kind of funny for me watching all of these different pieces move when it comes to party politics. I'm like, huh, because I think what happens, and I think we see this in any organization, first of all, people who've been there forever are holding on to power for some reason. They may not be bad people. Figure out why they're holding on to power. What does that mean to them? If you want to assume a power role for you, right, in any organization, like let's say you are on a board of directors and you want to be chair of the board, and this 90-year-old has been doing it for 30 years and it's really not sending the organization into a great place. That 90-year-old member, though, when they are no longer the chair of the board of directors, should probably still be on the board in an emeritus role to made feel welcome. And I think that's where we run into some of the narrative problems when we're talking about shifts in party or shifts in organizations or shifts in movements, is there is still value with people who have been there a long time for some institutional knowledge. But that's when you do things like create an emeritus chair of the board position for a year on the board to provide some knowledge and wisdom and make them still feel like they're welcome, right?
Or like an emeritus Supreme Court justice.
Yeah, well, more like emeritus professors, things like that. You know, you finish up your research project, teach the next graduate student how to do it. So there is value in that. And I think as long as people are working to change organizations, which, you know, I still am, make sure we actually are that big tent and all of those voices are heard and the concerns are heard. Because the one thing, going back to what I did before I was where I was at, is, you know, there were longtime volunteers that were always doing things a certain way. And they got upset or scared when they're like, what do you mean I'm not doing the right thing? And it's kind of that treating each other with kindness kind of thing that you have to do when you're supposedly amongst friends, at least, if that makes sense. And I just think that's a good way to practice in any organization you may be involved in, not even just the party stuff, is go move for change, make sure that somebody, you know, still has their voice if they deserve their voice. If they're an absolute jerk, and I don't know, like if somebody has embezzled millions of dollars from an organization, please just get rid of them. But I think you guys get what I'm saying.
I know you were waving. I know we've kept you a long time. I promised I would not hold you hostage. I hope I have not done so. Maybe
I
the
enjoyed
last
talking
10,
with y'all.
maybe the last 10 minutes is or so, but well, you were waving earlier. Shall I leave you?
I know.
Okay.
I gotta
should-
go have dinner with the spouse whose last name
Before
I still don't have.
before before you go, I'd like to end up with you the same way that we end with every guest. I am fortunate enough, Kristen is fortunate enough to say that we are already friends,
Mhm.
and I'm very grateful for that. So, but you are now a member of the Kennedy Effect family.
Okay.
We very much hope that this is not the only time that you will come and visit us. We hope that we may call on you again, or that you will just, spring up out of the ground and come and see us, or call when the mood strikes you.
Mhm.
Before you go, I want to completely turn the floor over to you for anything that we did not get to mention, anything that we maybe did not get to explore fully. And of course, and perhaps most importantly, how do people find you, follow you, find conservation voters, learn more about conservation voters? The floor is absolutely open. It is yours. Take as long as you wish.
Well, I think next time I am on, I was kind of here a little bit more in a professional capacity. I am happy to go in several other directions based on several other experiences or volunteer things that I do.
We're overdue for another very relaxed round table. We've had a couple round
Yeah.
table shows, and we've had a couple shows where we had a guest, they bowed out, so we had Fun Day Sunday. So we're a little
Yeah.
overdue. We're overdue for one of those. So I will make sure that I grab you for one of those.
My Sundays get a little weird though, because there's not a podcast that necessarily follows FCC rules as yours, Joe's, that I might be on, called it's Sisters of the Night Caucus, but it's got a very specific focus. It is specifically done by women in Pennsylvania politics and advocacy, specifically lifting up women in Pennsylvania politics and advocacy, because no matter, Jeff, how much you are a wonderful guy, the vast majority of podcasts are mediocre white dudes. Jeff is above mediocre. I'm giving you that. So
Hey, go to the
But-
YouTube channel. You'll see the faces of
Yeah.
all past guests, and you will see a variety.
yes. So we do which actually, Jeff, your podcast is more rare than some others.
Yeah.
In that. So, but we're very much there for women, whether you're a campaign worker, just getting involved, you want to get involved in party stuff, but it is certainly related to women in Pennsylvania politics and advocacy. So I
And
do
what's the
that as
name of
well.
it one more time?
Sisters of the Night Caucus. It is at the Night Caucus on Twitter and Instagram, and then we have Facebook, which none of us are Facebookers, but I know. Well, I do.
I
too,
still
get
do a
all
lot
of
here. I
them.
got to be honest. I know
I
everybody
know.
likes to, everybody, especially in politics, likes to talk
Yeah.
about, the death of Facebook. It's not. It's
No.
highly
it's not dying.
overrated.
It's not
Highly
dying.
overrated.
But what I will say is that if you want to hear me actually swear, possibly be a little tipsy, rail on Republican men and say their names, I mean, that's where you're going to hear it. But my personal,
Which is rare. That's the only place you do that.
Oh, of course, it's the only place that I do that. You can find my personal social media handles, Facebook,
With
Twitter,
the hyphen.
I know. God damn it.
With the hyphen.
My Twitter and Insta are at KATDAWBLU, Cat Dog Blue. I have TikTok too, but I don't post anything on there. I just watch fun videos. Snapchat. I don't think I've used Snapchat in a year though. I have all those platforms. And if you have a fun Discord channel, you're allowed to invite me to your Discord channel. I have Discord, Slack, and you can find Conservation Voters. We are at Conservation PA on Twitter, Instagram. We also have Facebook there. When the legislature is back in session this fall, my brand new policy analyst, who I adore, Michelle, she and I are going to restart our legislative weekly roundups of the insanity that happens with the environment in Harrisburg. So we're going to get going on that again. It's kind of been a busy year. And in the midst of the legislative cycle, I was hiring someone, so I never got to it in the spring session. So that's where you can find us.
What big environmental
Dumpster fire?
I don't want to say issue. No, I don't want to say environmental issues because it's an issue in and of itself. Maybe big 3 things in the Commonwealth people should be looking out for. Is there any big, like immediately on the horizon? We know climate change. It is it's happening. It's happening rapidly. I get all that, but is there like a big environmental thing that general folks in the Commonwealth, and by the way, folks around the country and around the planet, what's happening in the Commonwealth is happening to you too. And simply because you don't live here doesn't mean it's not happening to you. Fossil fuel companies are doing this to you too. Plastics are doing this to you too. Your sea levels are rising too. Your farmlands are being poisoned too. But if you're a resident of the Commonwealth, Katie, what's a big thing we should be looking out for?
There are several big things. If you go to, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I recommend going to conservationpa.org/issues. You can also go to conservationpa.org /action and take some actions. Actually, probably the action page is the better place to go, and you can see stuff directly affecting Pennsylvanians right there. And you can send a note to your legislator right from our page. And if you want to participate in helping to elect more pro-environment legislators next year, just feel free to email me and I'll tell you how to make a contribution.
Thank you is not enough to cover how grateful I am that you came here and spent so much time with us. I'm eternally grateful. I look forward to whenever that next time comes. I do hope that you will come and see us again. You are part of the family here now. And
I mean, I've been part of your Facebook group forever anyway.
well, that's true, but you haven't been here, and now now you have been, and I certainly hope that it's not the only time. I think it would be, our audience is all the better for your presence here, and so am I. And I'm very grateful for you to be here, and I look forward to seeing you in person.
In September. So
September.
weird. So
It's
weird.
gonna be here before you know it.
I know, 2 months.
I mean,
man.
look, we're
2
at the
months
end
this
of July
weekend.
already. We're at the end of July already. I mean, it's gonna fly. It's gonna
All
gonna
right.
come
Well, I'm
very
gonna go have dinner with my husband. Thank you for having me on.
Or
and
of
it's
course, if you're in the
lovely.
Lehigh Valley before that, you let us know.
I will. I'm not sure I am. I think I am, but I will let you know.
That calendar, I can't imagine the colors on that calendar and the overlapping things.
I mean, hold on a second. Now you've asked.
I can't even imagine. You're an Android person, as that means you're using Google Calendar, so I can imagine what that thing looks
That's
like.
why I have a Google
My
Pixel
God.
is because like we use G Suite for work and all of that stuff. And it's so like I'm just owned by Google.
I can't imagine what that thing looks like.
Something
That's
on Google Calendar. I love.
You know.
Look at that thing. That's
Oh my
that's
Lord.
almost a work of art. It looks like a Picasso. My goodness, the Van Gogh. It's unreal.
Yeah. All right.
Thank
Goodbye,
you for
guys.
being
Thank
here.
you for having me.
We will see you soon.
Bye.
Enjoy dinner.
That is Katie Bloom Bruno, he said with the hyphen and
You're
used the hyphen. I'm
Something
going to
on
keep doing it.
Google Calendar.
I am dumping on Google Calendar. I do. But I would have to say, she's not wrong. G Suite and all of the Google things do communicate very, very well. They actually do communicate a lot better in between applications and software than Apple does. Unfortunately, if I not always, I must have a setting set improperly, but if I do set an interest or I'm going to an event on Facebook, it doesn't populate either calendar, which I wish it
Yeah.
did. So I probably have something wrong with that. I am not by any means tech illiterate. I wouldn't have been able to do this. I mean, George came and helped with this, the new setup, as it were. But even with the new setup, it does look like somebody ate a bowl full of spaghetti wires and puked them everywhere. There's bloody wires everywhere in here. Let me be blunt. There's just wires everywhere in here. We got some cleaning to do. We still have that big fancy board that doesn't work. That was a hell of an investment right there. But yeah, I'm not obviously untech savvy either, but I can't get that calendar to work for me. I can't get any of my calendars to tell me what the hell's going on in life.
I don't think that's you.
All the events and phone calls that we do, and all of the everything that I do with and for you, the pre-show calls and the scheduling and all that. My guest schedule, which by the way is filled out ahead of time, which never happened. I've actually got guests lined up through. He tried to open to say, and of course didn't hit. Oh, good. That's not okay. Let me try. My guest calendar is on my notes because I can't get it to fill in any other way. And by the way, we have guests set up for the next. Oh, I thought it was more than that. 2 weeks, but I thought it was more than that. Oh, I was really excited there for a second. I thought I had a lot more filled in than that. But we're getting there. We have guests filled in. Anyway, we'll get to that. Yeah, it's in my notes because it doesn't go into the calendar. The calendar thing is just,
You can't
it takes a
create
long time to fill those in too, by the way.
you can't
an
create
entry on my
a
calendar.
calendar event.
Well, probably. How to add things to my own Apple calendar? It's really quite painful. It should be much simpler than it is, and it's not. It really isn't. It's not. So I have my scheduled upcoming events in a notes. We have a guest for August 1st. We have one for August 8th and for September 19th, which is, I'm ahead. I'm usually finding guests on Thursdays and Fridays before show days. But for whatever reason, we're ahead at this point. I will tell you that I would tell you who next week's guest is, but I need to remind myself of who that is. So say something, because I need to Google her now to find out. I remember who she is. This isn't the greatest radio is right now, is it? No, that's not her.
Today, man will Google.
Today, watch man Google live. No, I do. I have a guest coming. That's not her. That's not her. That's not her. That's not her. That's not her.
Well, I heard
It's
she
a
was
it's a
fabulous.
candidate. It's a candidate. Damn it. Now I'm forgetting. I'll try to find out now. Nope. Misspell. Oh god. This is what I get for trying to pump my own show. Live on my own show. Yes. Let me see. Okay, I think I found it. Yes, I got it. Okay, our guest next week. Oh god, it's embarrassing this. I gotta be honest. In fact, I think we'll find our messenger now. Our guest next week is Heather McDonald. Heather is, now that I found her Facebook profile, Heather is running for the, she's a Democratic candidate for the Pennsylvania House, State House from District 87. She would be running against Mr. Rothman, if I'm not mistaken. I think I have correct. So from District 87. The district our friend Nicole Miller ran in 2 years ago. Well, a year ago now. So she's running in that same district, and she will be joining us next week. And, given the general off the railsness of Republicans, it's always interesting to talk to a Democratic candidate, not just because of the vast array of Democrats that there are in the Democratic Party, but also to see what kind of person that they're running against. And it is interesting. We had this conversation over the weekend of some Republicans who were all full-blown Q Trump conspiracy, who are now tacking back from that and trying to regain a sense of normalcy, or dare we say even Eisenhower type Republicans. Or are they really tacking back from that, or are they simply trying to portray themselves as that? And that's the interesting thing that we find out. This program, by the way, is open always about for anyone. We have had Republicans on the program. We've had Republicans call the program. This door is open to anyone. I have an open invitation out there to my Pennsylvania state rep. I am not just the host of this show. I am her constituent. And they simply will not answer me. Senator Doug Mastriano has an open invitation to this program. I've contacted his office repeatedly. Silence. You will get a fair hearing here. No gotcha questions. Tough ones? Absolutely. Issues? Damn right. Will I confront you with your own hypocrisy on several issues? You're damn right. Will I confront you with the history of success of progressive policies in this country? Yes, I will. Gotcha questions, dirty questions, below the belt questions? None. Let's have a debate. Tell me why you are the way you are. Tell me why you believe what you believe. Tell me why it's better for the people of Pennsylvania and the United States and literally around the world as we see the growth of right-wingism in so many different places around the globe. Australia, Hungary, Italy, Spain. Tell me why these policies are better. Let's have a debate. This program is open to Republicans. You are welcome here. We want to know why you believe what you believe, why you believe it's better, and tell us the track record. Show me the history of how these programs are better and how they work. Because I'm telling you, it's going to be a hell of a challenge. Anyway, we are at 8:27. We're going to wrap up with you in just a couple of minutes. We want to thank Katie very much for being here. She's a dear friend and a really, really good friend. And I'm so glad that she came here. Yes, of course you can. You have to send me a message, for goodness sakes. You're sitting right there. If there's a big fuzzy thing in front of you that carries, pull that to you, by the way, so people can hear you.
I'm gonna sit up.
But yes, of course. In fact, the other thing on the 8th, too, is it the 8th?
7th.
The other 8th, the 7th. Talk about them both. Kristen and I have two big events coming. Well, I actually won't be with you on the 30th. I'll be working for a living, but
Yeah.
I'll be doing the regular 40 an hour a week job. But we have two events coming up that we would like you to know about, and she will tell you about them now.
All right. Actually, I have an additional event to throw in there too. First, there is a strike. There's several nursing homes around the state where workers at those facilities held off negotiations for their unions because there was a pandemic. And now they are back at the negotiating table, and there are several facilities where the workers have walked out on strike, and this week they will be out on the picket line. One of those is a facility in Easton, which is where I'll be on Tuesday. So we will try to put that information out on Revolution. So that,
Our Revolution, Pennsylvania.
yeah, so that you can support the workers. And if you are near one of those facilities, you can, go join them on the picket line and give them some support. I mean, these people are not just going out for themselves. They're actually walking out because they feel that the companies they work for are detrimental to the health of their patients and residents that they care for.
And what facility is it that you're going at in Easton? And what day are you going to Easton?
Tuesday.
Tomorrow is the 20. How day is tomorrow?
Tomorrow's the 26th.
Tomorrow's the 26th. So the 27th, you're going to be in
Yes.
Easton. Where in Easton are you going to be?
We haven't.
Easton Hospital?
No, it's not Easton Hospital. I actually was looking for it in my phone and couldn't find the email.
But you have a Google Calendar. Why didn't you look at the Google Calendar?
Oh, you have to be that person.
Yeah, I'm that guy. I'll
Um,
be here. I'll be here every week. I'll be here every Sunday.
But we will put the list out on our Revolution Pennsylvania. We have not done so yet because some of these facilities were actually finalizing agreements.
Gotcha.
So we were holding back the list. The next event will be an event on the 30th, which is what I'm working on personally. And that is our Revolution National is making a concerted push for Medicare expansion. We're not walking away from single payer, but we have a real chance that we might actually get something done here if we can get Senate Democrats to include it in the reconciliation package and have the parliamentarian rule that it would actually satisfy the rules and could remain included, then we can get around the filibuster. We need 51 votes. So what we're asking and pushing for is 4 things. Lower the age for enrollment from 65 to 60, add vision, dental, and hearing care, allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices directly, which could save us a massive amount of money. That would go back into Medicare. It would make it more competitive against the Advantage plans. It would also facilitate dropping the age. And then the last one would be a cap on out-of-pocket expenses for seniors so that they don't get slapped with things like the donut hole and the Medicare Part D prescription coverage. So there is a petition out that Our Revolution is circulating. They're asking people to sign on and support this effort. That went out midweek last week, and within like 24 hours, we blew through our signature goal of 500. So there's support out there for this. And if you would like to, physically actively support this effort on the 30th, you can go to Senator Casey Scranton office, where we'll be holding an action starting at 10:30 on the 30th. And this is not to be confrontational. The plan is to first thank him for his support of the ACA and for fighting to preserve it. Excuse me. And then we're going to deliver the petition. We're going to ask him to give us a meeting where we can speak with him about including these provisions in whatever reconciliation bill is written. And this is really important, and we're going to Senator Casey because he's the chairman of the Health, Education, Labor Committee. He is also the chairman of the Committee on Aging, and he is on the Finance Committee for the Senate. So whatever bill is written is going to go through his committees. So that's on the 30th. If you'd like more information about that campaign or to be a part of it, just send us a direct message to the Our Revolution Pennsylvania page.
2 important things about that, folks. When we talk about the dropping of the age of eligibility for Medicare, this is how Medicare was originally designed. Talk of a national healthcare system in this country goes back to Teddy Roosevelt, goes back over a century. Woodrow Wilson talked about a national healthcare system, Franklin Roosevelt and Truman and even Eisenhower. Medicare system was designed in its original construction and its original legislation to periodically, I believe it was every 10 years, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
to drop the age from 65 and then to 55 and then 45 and then 35 until everyone was covered straight out of the womb. The dropping of the Medicare age is not new. It's not a radical idea. It didn't drop here from outer space. It's not communism. It's not anything else other than what it was originally designed for. And the people against it are the ones who stand to lose money. Not because they want you to have health care, or not because they believe they provide you better health care. It's because they don't want the stockholders and the rich people taking their massive profits, don't want you to go away from them. Medicare is overwhelmingly popular. Even with Republicans, the favorability percentages of Medicare is in the 70s percentile. This is about restoring the program to the way it was originally designed, to drop the age until everyone is covered. Now, the Medicare Advantage plans, they are tremendously deceptive. You think you're buying into Medicare when really, in fact, you're taking your government Medicare dollars and handing them to private insurance. Once you get into a Medicare Advantage plan, it is tremendously difficult to get out and get back into regular government Medicare. Be careful. If you hear Advantage plan, you're talking private, for-profit health insurance, wink, 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 companies. You want regular government Medicare. And by the way, something this legislation does not do, if I am correct, does nothing to close that 20% donut hole that was blown into Medicare during the Reagan administration. So that's why you need a Medicare supplement plan to cover those 20% of costs that Medicare doesn't cover anymore. It was a way to take, so rich people didn't have to pay for Medicare, which, by the way, you paid into Medicare too, and get 20% of those dollars into private hands, private for-profit hands. That donut hole needs to be closed.
Absolutely. I mean, you're right. This
And
will-
the third thing, I said two things, I lied. Third thing. During the Medicare Part D, I think it was, section passed under George W.
they
Bush,
passed the donut hole.
they put in the law that Medicare cannot, will not, must not, would break the law if they tried to negotiate drug prices. There are no bigger purchaser of pharmaceuticals in this country than Medicare. And Republicans made it the law that Medicare could not negotiate prices. The VA can negotiate prices. The military can negotiate prices, but not Medicare. Why did they do such a thing? To protect the profits, to guarantee the profits of the pharmaceutical industry, which are already astronomical and way more here in the United States than anywhere else. Every other government with a centralized health system can negotiate prices because they buy in bulk. It's the same reason we go to Costco for toilet paper. It's cheaper when you buy in bulk. History kind of likes to credit the George W. Bush administration for Medicare Part D. And it's a rare example of expansion of Medicare under a Republican president. But they put that little rider in there that they
Well-
can't negotiate prices. And it's costing you hundreds of billions of dollars a year, hundreds of billions.
Well, and just to jump in here, great, I lost my thought, but damn it.
Drugs or the 20% donut hole? Because I did both.
The 20% of out-of-pocket costs that people have to cover. That's why in the proposal and the petition, it just says out-of-pocket costs. It doesn't specify Medicare D, it doesn't specify Part A or Part B.
Well, because then it doesn't demonize them either. It makes those programs almost look innocent.
No,
They're
we're
not.
keeping our ass open. We're keeping it, we can't close it in entirely, but we could actually cap what people are paying out of pocket. Do I wish we could go further? Absolutely. But this is massive. And I think the biggest thing that we want to emphasize out of this, this could potentially add between 22 million and 25 million people to Medicare. It could get everyone on Medicare better care, because right now dental care is not a part of Medicare.
Right.
It
Or
will
is
also,
neither is eye or mental.
yeah, and I understand that there are people who really wish that we would go whole hog and just keep fighting for single payer, just purely single payer. I think though that we can also make the case that this helps people who do not even qualify for Medicare. As you just said, it is the largest purchaser of healthcare services and drugs in the country. So if you create a pool with that kind of buying power, that ability to negotiate for drug prices, it will bring down the cost for everybody.
And that's exactly why Republicans put that line in there that you couldn't negotiate.
Mhm.
So you got Easton on Tuesday, in all likelihood,
Mhm.
Scranton on July 30.
On Friday.
And what was, oh gosh, that is Friday already.
Yep,
Wow.
it's Friday.
Gee whiz. Wow.
That's why I'm not sleeping.
You're going to sleep this week.
Um,
And that leaves us with August 7th. Tell the folks
Yes.
about August 7th.
So August 7th, our Revolution PA is doing its next statewide call. And on this one, we went back and forth about dealing with the subject that we're dealing with, because we all kind of felt differently at different points. But we are going to do it. We're going to have a statewide call where we talk about critical race theory and the misinformation and controversy that has kind of swirled around it. And the main purpose here is not really to get into a debate about systemic racism or the criminal justice system or what is critical race theory, because that is not a good faith conversation that Republicans and conservatives are engaging upon with us. That's not their game. So what we wanted to do was to create a program that would help anyone who is interested, who might be on a school board, might be sitting on a borough council, or a city council, and doesn't understand how to talk about this when they're asked about it by people who are concerned about it. That's our target audience, or to people just in general who are trying to explain it to their family members or to their friends. We wanted to create a format to talk about and provide people with information to address these questions that are raised by average people with good intentions, but are based on information coming from actors who are not at all interested in talking about systemic racism or race, history in America. They're using it to make people afraid so that they'll chase the shiny object and to make money.
And to take control of local school boards.
Yeah.
It's the Koch
Yeah.
brothers that knew and spent money on all the way down to school board races. They knew they could change people's minds and perceptions if they took control of even the most local forms of government all the way down to school boards.
Mhm.
If the Kochs and people like them, if the biggest corporations, the top 1%, the top 1/10 of 1%
Yep.
did not have money to make and or protect, why on earth would they care about who sits on your school board?
And I think it says volumes. I'm not going to name the name, but it
Should.
says volumes that we invited one of the members of the state assembly who has been incredibly vocal
And also has an open invitation to this
Yeah.
program as well.
about critical race theory and his views on that topic. And he so far has chosen to not accept. So
We
when you
will-
don't have the courage for your convictions to come talk to us and stand by what you're putting out there, I think it says volumes.
It shows that it's a monkey show. It's a sideshow. It's a shiny object. It's a watch. Don't look behind the curtain. We will do more on this program on critical race theory in the future following the Our Revolution event. We will do more on it here. But for now, let me just tell you this. Two things really. History itself, recorded human history, is not and cannot be a theory. It happened. It is recorded human history. It happened. It's real. It took place. Only other thing I will tell you is, for now, and we will get deeper into this topic as we go, as we move along through the program and excuse me. I need to get from behind this mic. I'm starting to really fall, get crazy here. I think my brain's starting to shut down. So history cannot be a theory. We can theorize on historical events about why did Napoleon turn left when he should have turned right? Why did he commit X number of troops here when he should have committed X? Why did he invade? And why did Hitler invade Russia when he promised he would never make the same mistakes that Napoleon made? We can theorize about those things, but the fact that they invaded Russia doesn't change. We can talk about different contributing factors into the Republican Great Depression and stock market crash of October 1929. And some different historians and economists will tell you it was more this than this, and more this than this, and more this than this, but it happened. That doesn't change. And one of the, no pun intended, most critical parts of critical race theory is that it happened. It's history and it happened. Second thing I'm going to say before we wrap up. Nowhere in the country, and you are welcome to message me, email me, tweet me, do whatever you wish to tell me I'm wrong. I don't believe that I am. And many experts have told me I'm not wrong. Critical race theory is not taught in any public school in the country.
No, but that's
Not one. You have to attend university and a very specific type of legal program to even approach it. This is a red herring. It's a shiny object. It's a distraction. It's a deflection. When you're staring at the shiny object, you can't see the rich dipping into your pocket and stealing wealth directly from you. At the end of the day, for me, and others will disagree, and they are welcome to do so. We're adults. Debate brings understanding. It brings education and understanding. That, at the end of the day, for me, is what this is all about. The Kochs have been actually quoted in past interviews. The very few that they used to do, of course, one of the Koch brothers has passed. They don't care. They quite literally don't care if gay people get married. Just as an example, they don't care how many guns people have or don't have. They don't care. Why they do what they do is to keep people distracted from the economic realities that the policies they have financed have put upon them. I have used this statistic with you before, and I got it from Senator Sanders. All the new wealth, all of it, all the new wealth created since the year 2000 has gone to the top 1%. While the wealth of the bottom 99% has dropped by $1 trillion because it's been shifted toward the top. So when we talk about whether that baker can make a cake for a gay couple, or critical race theory in schools, or masks, or vaccinations, or guns, or abortion, it's distraction. It's distraction from you being robbed from your wealth, your future, your possibilities, your health care, your justice, your equality, your air, your water, your land being taken from you. Because the people who have more money than they could spend in a lifetime isn't enough. They want more. And they don't just want more, they want all of it. Our society, especially in the United States, especially here, of all the so-called first world nations on the planet, this one, this country, is closer to where it was economically, closer to medieval Europe than it is the America that we saw from the end of the Republic, well, the institution of the New Deal up into 1980. We're closer to a feudal medieval Europe than we were the glory days of the New Deal.
Yeah.
And all of this other crap is nothing but that. It's crap to distract you.
It's also, I agree with you. And just to add to your point about the Kochs, they're the main funders behind ALEC. And part of this story,
And the Heritage Foundation
Heritage-
and one of the Americans for Tax Fairness, I think it is, or one
Yeah.
of those two. One of those.
but in particular, I was going to point to Alec because it's a grift. They come in, first of all, Fox and conservative media outlets make a ton of money off of exploiting the lesser moral impulses in human nature. I mean, they literally have run studies on their own viewers that their viewers watch more of Fox when they're angry.
Mhm.
So they intentionally try to make them angry so they watch longer and they can sell more ads to them.
They're also the least factually informed.
But I think that the argument that I think you can really sell to some people who are kind of wavering away from the Republican Party is this type of thing is a grift. It allows Fox to sell you ads and make money. It allows Alec to come to your town with a bill that says, we're going to help you pass a law that says that you can ban critical race theory in your entire town.
When it never existed in the first place.
Yeah, and you pass it, and then there's an outrage, and then your town gets sued, and then Alec comes back and says, oh, by the way, we have an attorney that we could provide you with to represent you as you fight this case.
At $1,000 an hour.
Yeah, and that attorney pays a kickback to Alec. It's a grift.
They're very good at it. We just got done with 4 years of it, and the truth is still coming out about it, and people are still being indicted over it. This will not be popular. This will not be popular. But this is a thought, a line of thought of what the future of this nation is. And it's something that former Soviet premiers and government leaders always felt as well, is that for all the posturing and all of the truth movements and the Cuban Missile Crisis and all of the close calls that we had during the Cold War, it was always the Soviet point of view that the United States would collapse from within and that they would never have to fire a shot.
No.
Because greed would eventually cave in on us, that we would eventually turn on ourselves, and that we would do it out of greed. This was one of the very basic Soviet arguments between capitalism and communism. And they never worried about the greed of the Western European countries because they were democratic socialist countries. Large safety nets, education, health, great infrastructure. But they always said the United States will eventually collapse upon itself, and it will do so out of greed.
It's interesting.
And if we
that-
look around, can we really say they were all that wrong?
it's interesting that you would say that because Malcolm Nance did a talk in California.
You're so much more of a reader than me.
But what he said was interesting was that when I believe he was in the CIA, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. When
Absolutely.
he met one of his Soviet
He was
counterparts.
a field operative and a data analyst.
Yeah.
And in the national security infrastructure as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wanna say the
specifically
NSA.
for Cold War,
Yep.
Russia, covert actions. And he said when he met one of his Soviet counterparts after the fall of the Soviet Union, they were talking about marks, like who were their American marks. And the Soviet agent, KGB agent, said, we didn't really go after people on the left, because on the left, those people tended to be motivated by an ideology. And he said, and sometimes maybe you could exploit their ego if their ego ran wild. But he said the best targets were actually on the right, because and particularly businessmen, because all they cared about was money. So if they were in financial straits, they were afraid their spouse was going to find out that they did something, and he's like, they just were the easiest marks. That's who we tried to turn.
Collapse from within out of the weight of greed. That's it. Listen, 8:55, we're done. We're done. I actually promised myself I was going to stop at 8 and I didn't. Now it's 8:55. You got a free hour out of me, folks. You better be happy about that. We will return next week And by goodness, next week is already August. Think about that. It will be August when we see you next. Our guest next week is Heather McDonald, Democratic candidate for the Pennsylvania State House of Representatives from the 87th District. Until next time, I suppose if you wanted to call me in the next 4 minutes, I would take your call, but I don't expect that that's going to happen. 267-227-9189. But assuming that the phone does not ring, let me just say this to you. As always, we are absolutely thrilled for every single individual that takes in this program in its entirety, in pieces, in small bits throughout the week until they get through all of it, because I know there are some of you who do that. I am beyond grateful to you, and I mean that. We could not have a program without you. No matter how much information or history or facts or science or data or policy or free strategic political advice we might give you in a given week, if you were not there, we could not be here. We depend on you. We appreciate you. And we hope that when you see the program, hear about the program, watch the program, that you will share it and share it and share it and share it and spread the word of this program everywhere. I have been asked over the past couple of weeks, as I have reached out to quite a number of guests, who are your advertisers? As you well know, we do not have any. I do not make any money on the program. This is as holistic and altruistic and homegrown an effort as you could possibly imagine. I don't even want to think about the amount of money I've spent on this program. But we do it because we think it's important, because we think it's entertaining. And after all, if it wasn't entertaining, you wouldn't listen. And we do it because I love it at the end of the day. So thank you all for being there. If you missed any of this evening's live program, you can go to our YouTube channel, which is titled That Other Side of Information. Become a subscriber, and then you will always know when a new episode hits YouTube. Anywhere on social media that you can find us: Facebook, give us a like; Twitter, give us a follow. Twitter at That Kennedy Talk, twitter.com, That Other Side of Information, at That Kennedy Talk. What am I forgetting? Instagram, That Other Side of Information. Give us a follow and a like there. TikTok, give us a follow there. That Other Side of Information again. Are you recognizing a pattern here? That Other Side of Information is pretty much where to find us everywhere across social media. We hope that you will do so. Please give us a like, a follow, a subscription, whatever is appropriate. Come to the Facebook page, become a member of the Facebook page, and see the news that we post. A lot of environmental issues and articles this week. COVID articles on sport, women's U.S. national football team, the Olympics, and so on. Come see us. Facebook.com, That Other Side of Information is our group. We want you to come and join us there. Until next week, when we return to you. Oh, and you will see this program, of course, at our new friends, our new family, our new partners at TCP, The Cultured Professional, based right here out of Lancaster, PA. Our friends Marquise and Whitney Lipton, and Taekwon and Sarge, and all of our friends at TCP. I know I'm forgetting people, and then they'll probably be mad at me, and maybe they should be. But all of our friends there, we're proud to be part of the TCP family and part of the TCP network. You can watch us there on Monday evenings, and you can go to the Roku channel for TCP and find our programs there. And it's just another way that you can keep up with us, and we hope that you will do so. Until next week, please take care of yourselves and each other. 99.2% of all the people dying of COVID currently are non-vaccinated. Please, I beg you, get vaccinated. Save yourselves. Be a neighbor, be a family member, be a friend, be part of this community. Could you still get COVID if you're vaccinated? Yes, you could. Will you end up in the hospital and will you end up dead? No, you will not. And that should be all you need to know. Please get vaccinated. Check in on your friends and neighbors if they need it. See if they need anything. Be a member of the community. Be social. Be part of this society. We appreciate you and we look forward to seeing you again next week. Until then, for Associate Technical Producer Lynn Dare, for our technical producer George Dare, for DJ Lex, DJ Earl at hot101.net, for Marquise Whitney, Sarge, and Taekwon at TCP, for my dear friend and the woman responsible for this program, April Riddick, for Kristen, and for myself, Jeff Kennedy. We will see you next week. Take care of yourselves and each other. Have a great week.